So as you can see, we're 2-0. Actually, let me put the deck up on stream, but since I didn't draft it on stream. We're going to get into a fresh draft right after this. It's best of one. Probably be like 20 minutes. But let me at least put this deck up on stream so you see what we're working with. It's a little blue-black rogue mill, which is definitely an archetype in this format. More often than not, with the blue-black decks, you're milling to get them to 8 cards in the yard to turn on your powerful rogue cards, like the Soaring Thought Thief and the Mind Carver. Both of these are excellent cards. This equipment, don't sleep on this card. +1/+0, not a great equipment. +3/+1, incredibly powerful. Especially in the rogue deck, which tends to be a bunch of little small grindy creatures. Giving them all +3/+1 is incredible. 17 lands, yeah, it's a little high. I didn't get many of the spell lands. I've got like 2, and there's the Pollica Perdition. You can cast a pretty good amount of the time. Rebirth, you're almost always looking to play as a land, unless you draw it when you already have a bunch of lands. Certainly I could cut a land. I don't think I had too many playables in my sideboard. I think that's part of why I played 17 lands. Like, I don't do party well. We could put in this expensive rogue. As you can see, the cards in my sideboard are not very good. Maybe I should cut, like, 1 land for, like, the mill card. The discard mill card. That puts a bunch of cards in the yard. It's pretty good for the rogue deck. I'm all about having 5 land spells and playing 14 cards or whatever. Just, I didn't get them in this draft. I only got 2. Thank you, Zergling Rodeo. Appreciate the subscription. I think the 2/3 artifact flyer is pretty bad. The front end is really bad. Like, once you have unlimited mana, of course, there's nothing wrong with a 7 mana 4/5 flyer. But usually the reason cards like that are good is because they're split cards. If you don't have a lot of lands, you can play the front half. If you have a lot of lands or draw them in the late game, then you get this powerful card. And the front half of that card is really bad. A 2/3 flying wall for 3 is just not a good Magic card. Alright, I think I'll just probably want to Subtle Strike that, but I guess it's worth getting the +1/+1 counter. So I'm just going to take the hit for a turn or 2, get down the Stinger, and then we can Subtle Strike afterwards. I don't really care if they gain a few life. I did upgrade my little office room here over the weekend. I got a mini fridge. Because I realized I don't drink much when I'm on stream. Part of which because I don't like having to run out to the kitchen, you know, to go to the fridge. So I got a little mini fridge right next to my desk now. So we'll celebrate that with a cold Red Bull. Cheers. You're like, I don't care. Get to the drafts. Alright, let's see. So we can Subtle Strike and feed the Swarm. That looks fine to me. -1/-1, +1/+1. Well, still no island. There's 8 of them in there, but I don't mind killing a 5/4 with this card. Blood Chief's Thirst, unconditional removal. Great card. Subtle Strike is probably better than Skullduggery. I mean, it's not that aggressive of a format that you care that much about the 1 extra mana. Keeping the +1/+1 counter is pretty big. A lot of the creatures are pretty small in this format. Comparisons like that are not that useful anyway, though, because, I mean, they're in different formats. A lot of how well a card is going to perform is going to depend on all the other cards in the format. Oops, I forgot that had Flash. If you're wondering why I played that, I literally just forgot it had Flash. I mean, I wasn't going to be able to flash it in and block this 4/3 anyway, but obviously they could have sorcery speed removal or something, and I should flash it in end of their turn. I just completely forgot. I need to get this Red Bull down. What are their kicker cards that they're debating buying back? Gnarled Colony, that's a really nice split card. Y'all know, I say this from time to time, but it's worth continuing to repeat. Number one rule for 2-drops, if they're not blanks past like turn 5, but they're productive enough on turn 2, then they're great. You know, cards like Sauroform Hybrid, where it's a 2-mana 2/2 on turn 2, and then the late game it turns into something good. Obviously, something like Gnarled Colony is not as good as Sauroform Hybrid, because if you play it on turn 2, it's only going to be a 2/2. But nonetheless, if you draw it in the late game, it's a 4/4. If you have it in your opening hand, it's a 2/2. That's pretty much all you can ask for. Okay, for now, I guess I'm trying to deck them. I don't really know. This game is not looking good. My 2/3 isn't going to be able to block either of their creatures, so I guess it might as well attack. And then I'll probably into the Royal with Kicker like the side cat. At least that resets it. I think you pretty much always play Roost of Drakes. I mean, obviously if you had 0 other kicker, it wouldn't be a great card. But, I mean, if you kick it, like, it's a fine card on its own. And then if you kick something else, it's just incredible. How many cards they have in their deck? 16? Because I'm definitely not going to outvalue them this game, given they have this kicker buy back 2 more cards now that they got back with this kicker creature. Like, there's no way I'm going to out-resource them. But I might deck them. If we're milling 2 cards a turn, and they're drawing 1 a turn, they've got about 5 turns left, so... I mean, I am at 6, so I'm not saying I'm going to succeed at that, but there is a possibility that I could deck them. So I can go +0, +3, and Hexproof. Can't block that. Can't kill that. Yeah, it's not going well. I feel like I should enter the Royal right now. It's not like it's going to be any better during combat, and I'm trying to look for things to play. I don't know which one I should bounce. Obviously, I don't really want to bounce the Sproutling and let them get back more stuff. But at the same time, I feel like they kind of have access to unlimited stuff. And like I said, my only real path to victory this game would be decking them. And I don't really care if they spend 5, and I'd rather take 2 than 3, given I'm at 6. And I have a couple of cards that mill too and everything like that, so... Besides the Soaring Thought Thief's ability to mill 2 a turn, if I draw a couple of those, maybe there's a small chance I can squeak out a mill victory. I don't expect to win this game, though. I'm doing well. How are you, Team Boral? Thank you, Brewhemoth. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you for your 2 months of support. Lord Stark of Winterfell is back. Thank you, Organ Metallica 95. Appreciate the subscription. Don't know if you're a fan of the band. What is Organ O Metallica? It's an interesting name. Haha, fair enough, fair enough. An Among Us stream will definitely be fun. So do we want to play this Rebirth as a land? We're kind of in between here with a 3-lander. My cards are pretty cheap, but this one in particular is mostly a land. I've talked about this concept on Twitter. You know, cards like Malarca Rebirth, this is a land, in my opinion, with the upside of if you draw it when you have enough lands, you can cast it. Whereas, you know, good cards that can also be played as a land are more like spells with the upside that you can play a land if you're short lands. So I'm inclined to lay this as a land here in my opening hand, except I already have 3 lands and a Scry 2, and my cards are all pretty cheap. And I can force trades pretty easily with the Death Touch creature, so I'm going to hold on to the Rebirth to try and buy back the Skulker. So no decision here, of course. We play the 2/2 rogue before the 1/2 discard rogue because they're going to have a card to discard either way, and I'd be missing damage if I played the 1/2 first. Similarly, no reason not to put out another 2/2 Death Touch, especially now that they potentially put out a 5/5. If they kick something and attack, I can block and play the Rebirth, and that'll just be a great turn for me. Kill their creature, my 2/2 comes right back. Of course, not if they bounce it, but no big deal. They're bouncing a 2-drop. Life goes on. Yeah, LSV invited me. I'm in their Among Us group. I played a lot of poker over the weekend, and I just didn't get to play any Among Us, but it looks fun. I've yet to play a game of it, so I don't even know how it really works. So we know they have another kicker. Think I want to attack. And then I have to, like, Blood Chief's Thirst. Otherwise, I'm just taking too much damage. And I can't hold back one Skulker. Well, now I kind of want to Mulliker Rebirth. I'm going to end up taking a decent amount of damage, but it's probably worth it to successfully use this card as a spell here. So let's go ahead and deliberate, now that we know we're not going to Blood Chief's Thirst with Kicker. Of course, we'll bottom excess lands. Still want a Rebirth here, I think. I think it's well worth it. Just make sure we successfully use this card. If they want to enter the Royal to deal me 5 again, they can. I can replay my 2/2s. They're pretty cheap. Thank you, Purry. Appreciate the subscription. No, yeah, this was an off-stream draft. I'm 2-1. We're going to get into a new draft as soon as I finish this one up. Blue-Black Rogues is definitely one of the archetypes in this format. Like, definitely one of the premier archetypes. Not saying it's the best one or the second best one or the third best one. I don't have the slightest clue. But definitely a deck that you can put together every draft out of the commons that, you know, at least 1 or 2 people in each pod should be playing. I think for now we want a Predation because we want to get anything great out of their hand. Okay, it looks like they had nothing, just the Into the Royal and the lands. I guess I shouldn't attack. I mean, they can bounce anyway if I leave it untapped, and they don't have anything else to do. So maybe I should attack? I don't know. Not a great situation for me here. I mean, I guess it's just going to come down to the top of the decks, given they only have an 0/5 and a bounce spell. Green-white landfall, definitely another archetype for sure. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I'd rather kill Vine Gecko, and the nice thing is I can do that for a 1 mana. So, and we don't have to kick it. This is a rogue, not a wizard, right? Yeah, they're all rogues, so I can only make them discard 1. But I can play my whole hand. And if they don't have any more kicker, then we're not really under much pressure, and the Sea Stalker's unblockable, so it can get past that Risen Riptide nicely. And if they do kick some creature, I can always chump block with the Expert here once. It's just a 1/2. Happily chump with it to save 5. So we're winning on board now, but again, it's going to come down to the top of the libraries, of course. This seems like a no-brainer. We just have exactly enough mana. Get them for 3 unblockable. I've got the Glacial Grasp up. So if they kick a creature and turn this into a 5/5, I'll tap it. If they play some big creature or something, I can tap that. And there we go. I mean, it's not good for me. They just drew 3 cards, but I'll tap the 5/5 and draw a card, so it's not attacking at least. Thank you, Solar. Appreciate the subscription. It's an absolute pleasure getting to share my Magic experience with all of you. Thank you for supporting it. I appreciate the compliment. How good do I think the Riptide is? Which one is the Riptide? Oh, the Risen Riptide. Yeah, if you have a bunch of kicker, this card is fantastic. It blocks fine the turn you play it, or any turn, and then whenever you kick it, it's a really scary threat. And there's plenty of instants with kicker and stuff too, so it can be hard to attack into. Obviously, if you have no kicker, it's not a good card, but if you have a decent amount of kicker in your deck, I think Risen Riptide is fantastic. Alright, what are we doing now? 8 mana, so I can activate the Stalker and still play the Alliance. Maybe I'll just hit with the Stalker and pass the turn, because you can double activate this, so it's threatening lethal next turn. I could maybe force an attack in with the Stinger that would mill them, but they still have 15 cards, and they're about to go to 4 life, assuming they don't interact with my Stalker. So I don't really see any reason to be trying to mill them out this game when I'm winning by damage. So let me tap it to play around Glacial Grasp, make sure I don't sink the mana into it, and then they tap it. So we attack with it first and then activate it. And then you can, like I said, double activate. So I'm threatening lethal next turn. So there's no need to pump it again this turn. I'd rather leave Deadly Alliance up, make sure I don't die. And then if they don't interact with the Seafloor Stalker, I'll kill them with it next turn. Well, there goes that plan, but it's alright. On board, they're still not even hitting me, so we'll see what those other 3 cards in their hand do. And I've got a removal spell up now. Thank you, Wild Shadow. Appreciate the support. Okay, so a land to attack with Squid doesn't scare me. Main phase +5/+5 to the Squid. That's interesting. Do they have a way to give it unblockable or something? I don't know why they're doing this main phase. So I guess Death Touch there. I know I have the Deadly Alliance, but I'm trying to provoke them to play the -2/-0 card, which I guess they can't play or they'd be dead on board, so I may end up Deadly Alliancing anyway, but this is just a really weird sequence of plays by the opponent. Okay, well, I care a lot more about the Stinger than the Acquisitions Expert, not that I particularly care about either, so let's go ahead and kill the Squid now that they did play the -2/-0 card. So that worked out pretty well. We took no damage. I don't know what the deal was there. Guess they just couldn't... But, I mean, they could have used the -2/-0 on my turn and at least stayed alive for another turn, so... That was kind of a weird sequence. I mean, they weren't in a winning position with what they had, but... They probably could have done a little bit better and at least had one more draw step. You know me, I pay my actors well, Akinar. How else would I maintain a fan base if I didn't occasionally pay actors to tank it to me to make me look like a good limited player? I like the set. I mean, listen, I know I say that almost every set these days, but, you know, if you followed my limited content or my Twitter during the run of bad limited formats before this, I was complaining about Battle of Zendikar, I was complaining about Ixalan, I was complaining about, you know, a lot of those sets around that time period that were just, frankly, not good limited sets. But for the past couple of years, like from Dominaria forward, the sets have just been good. I mean, you know, they vary, some are better than others. But honestly, like, I have not had a set in the past 2 years where I didn't enjoy at least the first month of limited. The sets have honestly just been good. I'm going to play the Predation as a land here, because it's land 3 in my opening hand. I'm on the play and everything like that. And I have enough spells to do with my mana. We can always flash in the Thought Thief main phase next turn and get the mill for 2. So we'll play the 2/2 first. Okay, so it looks like now that's exactly what we're going to do. We'll just play all our cards. This time I didn't forget it has flash. I'm putting it out now so that when I attack with the Skulker, I get a mill for 2. And there's no reason to miss damage, so we put the equipment out too, of course. Thank you, Metal Moosebutt. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, I agree with that, Miserloo. Ikoria had the potential to be a really good limited format, but they ruined it with the cycling payoffs, especially Zenith Flare. I completely agree with that. So it really depends, David Vero, on how aggressive your deck is, because a 3-mana 0/5, that's not a good card, but it's a reasonable blocker. But it's obviously a horrendous attacker, right? A 3-mana 0/5. So if you have a controlling blue deck with a lot of card drawing, then Risen Riptide can be fine in a deck with 3 or 4 kicker cards, because you're happy to block with it most of the time, right? But if you have an aggressive blue deck, then you need it to be able to attack pretty much whenever you want, and then then you probably need 6+ kicker cards or something, so that you can attack with it multiple times in a game. So it really depends on your deck. So we're certainly not going to just let the Soaring Thought Thief die. So our choices are Bounce it with Into the Royal or Rebirth. I don't think I need land 4 here out of the Rebirth too badly. I mean, it does let me cast these Blood Chief's Thirst, but all I need is 1 more land to do that with Kicker, and I've got Subtle Strike Into the Royal in the meantime. So yes, I'm going to go ahead and Rebirth here. I mean, if I wasn't going to Rebirth because I wanted to play the Rebirth as land 4, then I would Into the Royal. There's no way I would ever let the Soaring Thought Thief die right now. Bring it back? What exactly do you mean, Ixa? Thanks, Daru Daru. Appreciate it. Hello, 8 cards in their yard, and everything is gigantic. The Beckoning. I still don't know exactly what you mean. I'm in no way saying you're wrong. Like I said, I haven't done that many drafts. I'm still learning the format and the cards myself, but I'm not sure what you mean. These are just 1 mana kill a 2 or less, or for 4 mana kill anything. So the reason I was saying you could consider Into the Roiling the Flyer there to save it and playing the split card as a land was because land 4 turns on 2 good direct removal. But I wasn't that worried about it because I was only 1 land away from those. They had nothing out. I have a Death Touch creature out. I have a Subtle Strike in hand. So I figured sooner or later I'll draw land anyway. Oh, sure. Okay, yeah. Yeah, those are the direct removal, not the buy back 2 dead creatures. Otherwise, yes, I would probably do what you were saying. Just let it die, buy it back, and replay it immediately. But yeah, no, those were Blood Chief's Thirst, the destroy a creature. Right, I got you. This is best of 1. This is a sweet blue-black rogues deck. Hopefully it's a deck I'll get to draft on stream at least once today in the 3 drafts. Like I said, as far as... I don't know which decks are better than others or whatever, and I don't even like to think about Limited that way in particular anyway. But as far as decks that will be in every single pod, like at least 1 person per pod will be drafting because they're supported by the commons, Blue-Black Rogues is definitely one of those archetypes. There should be a Blue-Black Rogue player in every single pod. Sometimes there'll be 1, sometimes 2, whatever, but it's a deck that's well supported by just the commons. I don't know, Ugly, but I do think the modal lands are awesome. I mean, I don't think they would make an effect like that evergreen. I mean, it would be awesome if they did, but part of why I always advocate for cycling being evergreen is because cycling is a very simple, very straightforward mechanic. Something like the modal lands, I think that would be awesome to have those in every set, and a lot of them. They mitigate Flood and Screw, they're decision-oriented, they're awesome Magic cards. They're everything that's good about Magic, but they're like morphed. They're incredibly complicated, so I wouldn't expect something like that to be used too often. But hopefully they'll use them every, couple years or whatever, even if they're not evergreen. I would love to see them, use them occasionally, because they are absolutely fantastic to play with. Alright, for now, no real decisions. With Into the Royal costing 4, I'm just going to attack with the Stinger. Skulker stops their 3-2. Start getting in my mills, turning on all my rogue stuff. Plus, when you're milling 3 cards a turn, and you have the Lord that mills 2 a turn whenever you attack, you can deck somebody pretty easily. So, let's start milling 3. Also, they're a blue deck, which means they probably draw cards, because there's a lot of cantrips and card drawing in this format. Yes, I would agree. They definitely did a lot of good rogues at common, and the clerics is a little bit more of a mission. The black-white cleric deck can definitely be excellent, but exactly what your friend said, Krauser. It relies more on uncommons. Alright, so, Into the Royal, fantastic magic card. We can bounce our own creature, free it up from that bubble snare. Do we want to trade Skulker for their 3-2? Been kind of hesitant to do that. Because I wanted the ability to give Shadow Stinger Death Touch if necessary. They're at 4 cards in their yard, so the trade puts them to 5. Yeah, I think we still don't want to do it. I don't think I have the blue-black rare. I've got 2 of the Blood Chief's Thirst, 4 damage to a creature. I can't do anything about that. Just a grindy blue-black rogue deck. I've got, the Stinger, which is really nice. I've got the Uncommon Lord, which is really nice. And I've got a bunch of good removal and stuff like that. And this was one of my favorite plays in Dominaria. Get 2 Chronicler, buying back Blink of an Eye. Now it's Tazim Royal Mage, buying back Into the Royal. Don't mind if I do. I don't know what the best is. Like I said, that's not even really how I think about Limited. Because ultimately, if a color combination is the best and it's not like a secret archetype, then it's the best because it has a lot of good commons and other people are going to draft those colors in that archetype more as well, and then draft finds its natural balance. So, I mean, I do think Blue-Black Rogues is a Tier 1 archetype that you can put together every draft out of the commons, but I also think a lot of other people will be drafting it as well, because it's a Tier 1 archetype that you can put together out of the commons. So, I'm certainly not looking to force it, but anytime it's there, I'm happy to draft it. I think it's a great deck. Okay, for now, I don't have a lot to spend my mana on. I'm still not going to Blood Chief's Thirst a 3-2, that would just be silly. I think I'll just Mind Carver up the worst of the 2 creatures here by a lot, the Royal Mage, so that they can either trade with the 2-2 Death Touch. I know it doesn't have Death Touch right now, but I'm a Rogues deck. I have a lot of them. Or they can trade with the 3-1. So we're just kind of diversifying threats a little bit. And though this card is a lot more efficient with the free equip, at this point we have near unlimited mana, so paying 3 to re-equip to stuff doesn't matter. Sure. Into the Royal, gonna cantrip knock off the Bubble Snare again. I'm sure they didn't have any other options. They know I have this, but works for me. More than happy to bounce my own permanents if I'm drawing a card. Life is good. Okay, I mean, we have double Blood Chief's Thirst, so I think I'm pretty happy to just kill the 3-2 now while they don't have any other wizards out and they're not drawing cards. So, if we do that, then we have 4 mana, perfect. We can just empty our hand. Obviously, I should attack first and stuff like that, but I don't think there's anything they can do with 1 red. I don't really think any of this matters. Thank you, Cryptid Architect. Appreciate the subscription. But don't sleep on Mind Carver, like I said. That card is really good. If you have +1/+0 from an equipment, yeah, that's not a good card. But whoa, double Inscription of Insight. Speaking of very good cards. Well, I'd rather them bounce my creatures when I'm ahead. I can always replay them. So I think I'm going to take the Lowell Mage's Domination. I don't want them to steal my creatures. I think I'm far enough ahead that we should win, but they have a really strong hand. But yeah, don't sleep on Mind Carver, because once this card is giving +3/+1, it's broken. Like, and it's pretty easy to get 8 cards in the opponent's graveyard, giving all the mill that Rogue has at common and all the blue and black spells that mill. So yeah, while this card is +1/+0, it's horrible, but as soon as it turns into +3/+1, it's a powerhouse, and it's really, really easy to turn it into +3/+1. Yes, I like Relic Golem in blue-black. Relic Golem as a millstone is not a great card, but if you have to use it as a millstone once, and then it's a 6/6 for 3 or whatever, that's an awesome card. And blue-black is so good at putting cards in the opponent's yard that, like, again, all of these cards that are 8 cards in the opponent's yard to turn on, it's just easy to do that. There's, like, if you play the 3-mana, the new Mind Rot, it mills 1 and they discard 2. That's 3 cards the opponent puts in the yard out of 8 right there. And remember, cards just go to the yard naturally in Limited. If the opponent kills one of your creatures, their removal spell goes to their graveyard. So, like, I find these 8 in the opponent's yard to turn on, I find that really easy to do, and the cards to be pretty strong. So, no black, but that's the one we have the 2 black split card lands, as well as 8 swamps, so we have 10 sources on the draw, so I'm going to keep and hope we get there. Alright, we could flash in the 1/3, but it can't block a 3/2 anyway, or we can just put out the Skulker. Obviously, if they attack, I'm going to go ahead and take it and then attack back, because I want to start the milling, but I'd still rather attack for 2, and it's not like the Thought Thief has to attack. Any rogue attacks, you get the mill, and it's not like the creature has to connect. If they block it, you still get the mill. So I'm going to put out the Skulker. Now we're going to main phase the Thought Thief. Again, I didn't forget it as flash. It's so that when I attack with the Skulker, I get my 2 cards milled right now. What's this card? Oh, Roost. What's up, Scorch? Hey, we just went over 1,000 viewers without a raid yet today. Thanks, everybody, tuning in. Appreciate it. I agree with what Skit said. It's much easier to get opposing threshold than your own, especially when there's so many cards that mill 2 in this format. I think they might have made that a little bit too easy. I feel like my opponents pretty much always have 8 cards in their yard when I'm drafting Rogue, once we're at, like, turn 6 or so. Alright, so let's see. I can attack with the Flyer and mill 2. They can't do anything about that. And then I can play this card, but it doesn't block either of their creatures. No real reason to make them discard 1. I could Into the Royal with Kicker, or I could Deadly Alliance. None of the options there are pretty incredible. I think I don't mind spewing an Into the Royal, because I want to try and make land drops and start double spelling. So I'm just going to pass the turn here and plan to Into the Royal with Kicker. Right, I'm not speaking about Constructed, but in Limited I think 10 would have been probably slightly better. Like, obviously, the cards would be worse, but it would be slightly more balanced. But, yeah, they do have to consider Constructed as well, and I don't really know. Alright, so I'm not going to bounce the Geyser Mage, because they can play that again with Kicker, even though it does an extra point. Bounce the Stalker. I like the format. It's pretty fun. Thanks, Tim Toot. Appreciate the 11 months of support. Glad to be back. So now we could Expert and Feed, or we could Alliance. you want to feed something cheap anyway, so we'll probably feed. I don't think I'm worried about them activating for unblockable, so we'd probably rather just feed the higher power creature since we're basically racing. So I think I'm going to play this expert. They'll discard a card, and then we can feed the Swarm the Geyser Mage. I'm not worried about the Stalker. I don't even know all the rares yet. Delirious. What did I do wrong? Missed 1 damage? Oh, if I played this first, that would have been the 8th card in their yard? Haha, okay. You're right. Very small punt, but a punt nonetheless. Yep. As usual, chat is correct. Well, feed exiles, I think. Oh, no, it destroys. Yeah, so, okay, yeah. I should have just done either the expert or the feed pre-combat for an extra point. You're right. I don't think it's particularly important, but you are correct. All right, let's see. So we have 6 mana, so I can't really double spell because, I mean, I want to kick into the Royal. I think I'm more than happy to bounce their 5-drop as, like, a tempo play with Kicker here. I know I could bounce my own thing, get another card out of their hand, but I don't think I need to do that. Mind Drain is going to take the rest of their hand at some point anyway. So for now, I'm going to enter the Royal with Kicker, the 4/3. And then if I draw a land in the 2 cards, I'm able next turn to kill the 4/3 and make them discard their last 2 probably, or at least discard 2. Soaring Thought Thief is very good. It's not splashable. I don't think it needed to be a rare, but it is a very good card. I mean, they look like they're mono blue because we've made them milled a ton of cards, and they've all been islands and blue cards. So I would certainly assume they're mono blue. All right, before I show them that I have removal for the 4/3, I'm going to make them discard first. Actually, maybe I just want to play Stinger this turn and make them discard next turn because they have 3 cards in hand. Had they played a land, they'd have 2, but they didn't, so I take it back. I'm going to kill the 4/3, but I'm not going to play the Mind Drain this turn. I mean, the Stinger blocks the Stalker if they don't activate it. If they do activate it, we're winning the race. So it's pretty important to put down the Stinger here. I'm drinking a Red Bull. I did some. I honestly didn't do as many as I would have liked, Lakshmana. And yes, you can ask questions. I do know the cards and the main archetypes and stuff now. I'd say this is about my 10th draft of Zendikar. So I didn't go nuts over the weekend, but I played, you know. I like the set. I love Kicker. I like small creatures, lots of removal. I like the land spell split cards a lot. They're fantastic. Overall, I'd say it's a good set, but it's early. And again, I can't remember the last time. The last time they made a limited set that I think I outright didn't like was like Ixalan. So I think they've done a good job with limited sets for the past couple of years. Also, Ixalan was the only of like 11 or 12 team limited GPs that me and Ifro played together that we didn't day 2, so you know the set was horrible. That's just unbiased facts. Okay, let's see. So, if they want to kill the Shadow Stinger, they have to double block, and I'll kill both, so that's awesome. Doesn't look like anything else can productively attack. Hey, we got a giant Newmont raid. Start the day. What's up, Newmont? Thank you for the raid. Very much appreciated. You probably don't want to bounce the flash creature. I guess the expert wasn't a great target either, but good stuff. How have you been liking the format, Newmont? Thank you. Adman B, appreciate the subscription. What made Ixalan so bad? Everything. Raid is a really aggressive mechanic. Tribal formats tend to be bad because they tend to be really like, you draw your tribal lords in your tribe and you just crush the opponent. Or you don't draw any lords and you don't see a ton but some of your tribe and your deck is awful. They tend to be like high variance, aggressive formats where like one person's draws are just a lot better than the others. Ixalan was just really just bad, like in virtually every way. I know some people like the flavor, that's fine. I have no comment on merfolk and dinosaurs. I really couldn't care less. I'm not against it, I just really couldn't care less. But as far as the in-game play of Limited, it was really bad. So, we're 6-1, but it looks like we're going to have to win the Rogue Mirror to get our 7th win. Tribal implementation in this format seems fine, because there aren't like a ton of great tribal lords. It seems pretty balanced. Just some neat synergies. Ixalan was the opposite. You just drafted a tribe, and there were like lords and enablers. You know, cards like Skulker are cool. Like, if you have another rogue that gets Death Touch, cool. That's not a problem tribal-wise. Tribal problems are when there's like a lord that pumps everything and another lord that lowers the cost of everything, and you play those and your tribe and you're playing constructed versus a limited deck. But they did a good job with the tribal aspect of this format for sure. Yeah, party is interesting. The like little tribal like bonuses and stuff are interesting. I think the tribes in this format are fine and healthy and good. Oh my, that's a second Thought Thief for them. I mean, I can bounce it and get it back, but they're milling 4 this turn. Okay, let's see. So if I bounce my own Thought Thief pre-combat and then attack with both, otherwise they could block and then they would trade. I don't really want that. Not that it would be horrible, but it makes no real difference. And then I'm definitely going to play the Predation here. I could really use land 4. Not really going to cast this card the way this game is going, but I can start double spelling with Grasp and a Skulker, 2 Skulkers, Thought Thief, and a Skulker. So definitely going to play it here as a land, no question. So just in case they like bounce or kill one of these Skulkers, I definitely want to have another Rogue out pre-combat, I guess. Oh, I could always flash in the Thought Thief. But I don't want to miss the mill for 2 anyway, so I guess I'm just going to play this, see if it resolves. Okay, so now they'd have to kill 2 things to shut off Skulker. That's pretty unlikely. I don't think I need to play another one pre-combat. There is a Force Spike, so I probably should have played the land first, but not a huge deal. But it is cool, this split card, land spell Force Spike. So they're at 7 in the yard now, so I need 1 more card in the yard, and I can turn on my Thought Thief, and there it is. So let's kill their Lord, pre-combat for just 1 mana, so that we can do a lot this turn. And that turns this on. Oh, it would have turned on when I attacked anyway. But we're pretty far ahead, and we have a Glacial Grasp for next turn, so I think we're going to win. Sweet. Got the 7-1 with the grindy blue-black rogue deck. And now we get into the fresh draft. First fresh draft of the day. So that deck went 7-1. It played out really smoothly. I'm going to put it back on the screen really quickly, and then we'll get into a new draft. So, as you can see, it's just a grindy blue-black rogues. Shadow Stinger at uncommon is a really nice rogue. It mills 3. It's hard to block with Death Touch and hard to attack into. The Lord is fantastic. Mind Carver is fantastic. Don't sleep on this card. I know everybody out there drafting blue-black rogues knows the Lord is great. Mind Carver is a little harder to evaluate. The way you should view this card, if this card is giving +1/+0, it sucks. But if it's giving +3/+1, it's amazing. And it's really, really easy to get to 8 in this format with all the mills. For Skulkers, Skulkers are an excellent 2-drop. They meet my #1 requirement. You play them on turn 2, they're useful early game, and then if they have Death Touch, they can never be blanked. In the late game, your opponent's got 4/4s out. They want to trade a 4/4 for your 2/2 Death Touch. That's a good trade for you. Said it earlier, I'll say it again. #1 rule for 2-drops. If they're useful and not blanked in the late game, then they're great. Skulker meets that requirement. Other than that, just a bunch of tricks. Just a grindy blue-black. Played out really smoothly. And so we don't piss you off anymore. Now we'll get into the promised fresh draft 40 minutes after I said it would be 20. Thanks, Nedlark. Alright, let's see. X damage divided as you choose among up to 2 creatures, and the creatures are pretty small, so this is a pretty good rare split card because you just basically kill 2 creatures with this, right? And if you have a land late hand, of course, you can always play it as a land. So we're almost certainly going to end up first picking the rare. This GOP is really strong as well. 5/3 trample for 3, basically. I like Spoils of Adventure as well. I mean, this is... When you're drawing a lot of cards, what you really want is life, so you don't lose the game with cards in your hand. This is basically mini Sphinx's Revelation. Not a big fan of the Relic Axe. +2/+1, just not that effective. I mean, it's okay. Like, I was just going off about how good Mind Carver is with +3/+1, but Rogues is smaller, more evasive, and more grindy. Yeah, so Windmill Slam the rare. Not even close, I don't think. My second choice would be Spoils of Adventure. Thank you for. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. Thank you, Imneon. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you to everybody who supports my content. Y'all make this possible, so I do really appreciate it. Alright, let's see. This card, Fling, but it's a split card, so you know you can always play it as a land in your opening hand, and then it's better than a land in the late game. This is one of those that I would view as a land, not a spell, and then, you know, it's a land with upside, because if you already have enough land, you can just play it as a spell. Spark Mage deals damage to a creature, equal to the number of creatures in my party, so this is a nice card. Wizard is one of the lesser ones, so, you know, you play this, you get to generally kill a 2 toughness creature and get a 2/2, kind of like a mini FTK. Into the Royals, good. These red commons are fine. Royal Eruption, of course, is great removal, the fact that it goes to the player and it does 5 in the late game. But I think the Spark Mage is better. I'm definitely going to take Spark Mage over Kazul's Fury. Royal Eruption and Spark Mage might be close. But the creatures are pretty small in this format, so I think this will be a nice solid 2-for-1 most of the time. Yeah, Eruption is really good. Could easily be the best common. But I think this is probably better, the Thundering Spark Mage, but I'm not really sure on that. This is like some kind of modern or historic, like, anti-constructed deck card. I mean, it's 2-mana draw card, but I don't think this really does anything in limited. People don't generally put more than 1 land in play in a turn. Kabira Takedown deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control to target creature, so that's fine removal, and it's a land, so that's a pretty good card. Again, another like constructed type card, really. So Sizzling Barrage, 4 damage to target creature that blocked. Red's pretty aggressive to stay on color. Or we could take Kabira Takedown, which I think is the best card in the pack. I think I'll stay on color, because I have a good red rare and a good red uncommon. So I want to try and play red pretty badly if I can. I said red's pretty aggressive. This is an aggressive card. It only does damage to a creature that blocked. But it does a lot of damage to a creature that blocked before it does its damage. This is basically 2 mana kill a blocker. So it's an aggressive card. If I misspoke there, I was saying red's pretty aggressive, so Barrage is decent. Yeah, I mean, red has good commons for sure. And obviously Barrage is not that fantastic. I'm not happy about third picking it. But I wanted to stay on color because Spark Mage and Shatter Skull are both really good. Fireblade Charger, it's fine. Not great. Could take the Balaged Recovery here. It's another nice split card. Tizim Raptor's pretty good. I don't really love Scorch Rider. I think I'll take Balaged Recovery. Charger's not very good, right? It's just a 1/1 that like does 1 when it dies. Why would that card be good? It's a warrior, so it can help party, and there aren't a lot of those, sure. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery or a wizard, put a counter on it, remove all charge counters, it does damage. This seems like a pretty good card. It's going to keep charging up. You'll probably kill multiple creatures. Spellcraft is fine. Removal. So I think this is Relic Amulet or Spellcraft. So far we have wizards and sorceries and instants. I think we can try and prioritize those, and the Relic Amulet could end up quite good. Thort's good too, but I'm not going to go into black for Thort over taking an artifact that seems like it fits my deck pretty well. 2 mana 2/2. It can make things unable to block. If you have a second other warrior, you're probably making something good unable to block. Seems reasonable. Otherwise, there's another Barrage. I mean, we could draft the Barrage and try and draft like a hyper aggro deck. I think this is probably close. I don't know if I want the Vanguard or the Barrage. We do have the Amulet. I think I'm going to try and draft like a very aggressive red deck. Speaking of drafting a very aggressive red deck, just got Skyclave GOP'd here like 7th pick. That's kind of ridiculous. This card is just a very good aggressive card. Basically a 5/3 trample for 3. I think this card's pretty medium, but it is a wizard for the Relic Amulet. And we do want to prioritize wizards a little bit here. And it can let us double spell, and it's an aggressive card, basically. Okay. 4 mana 4/3. If you draw it in the late game, you can give it haste. This is perfectly fine, but unexciting. But there's no exciting cards in this pack. So I guess we're drafting mono red aggro at the moment. I don't really have any 2-drops yet. I don't think this one's particularly good. But with the pump ability, it's never blanked. Like I said, my #1 rule for 2-drops. Pretty sure I'm not looking to destroy lands. Guess we'll take a pump spell. You know I love Weaselback Rider. I don't think these cards matter, but we do have a green split card, so I'll grab the 3/3. So this thing's good with landfall, and it's pretty aggressive. I don't necessarily know if we'll play it. It's certainly kind of filler, but we do have the GOP'd. Maybe this will be a curve topper for us, the 4/5. This card is sick, right? Hexproof Haste. If you kick it, it's enormous. You're pretty much never kicking it in a red-green aggro deck. You might kick it in some kind of green ramp deck. But in this deck, it's just going to be a 7 mana, 6/6 Hexproof Haste. But that's still pretty good. And green is our most likely second color at the moment. 4 damage to a creature or planeswalker for 2 mana, though. I mean, that's an excellent removal spell. Probably just take Thundering Rebuke here. I mean, we're still pretty much mono-red, even if green is our most likely second color. And this card's really expensive, and we're looking to draft a hyper aggro deck with these Sizzling Barrages and haste creatures and all of that. So I think 2 mana to deal 4 to a creature is just better, frankly. They're really trying to put me in red-green, huh? Now we got the red-green rare duel. Let's see what's in the pack for red first. So Fisher Wizard's a fine 2-drop. Wizard, good with Relic Amulet, help you prevent Flood and Screw. but nothing exciting. Certainly not something we're looking to second pick. Domination is the best card in the pack, but it is also triple blue, and we're drafting mono red at the moment, and I didn't see much blue at all in pack 1, so I don't think we want to go there. I think I'm just going to take the Fisher Wizard. Maybe we'll draft mono red. I mean, I certainly was not trying to draft one color, but if they're just going to keep passing me good red cards, I don't mind playing mono red. I mean, nothing wrong with being one color, even if you're not really getting rewarded for it. You'll have consistent mana at least. One less for each creature in your party, so this is like a 4 to 5 mana 5/4 haste. That seems good, not broken. Royal Eruption, also excellent. I think Royal Eruption's probably better for us, given how aggressive this deck is. The ability to just, deal 5 to the player in the late game for the win seems strong. I think Shatter Skull Minotaur is quite good, but I think Royal Eruption's offering us a little more. 1 mana 1/1. If it's equipped, it gets haste, and it dies, it does damage equal to its power. Yeah, so this card is only good if you equip it, because then you can deal more damage. There's not that much good equipment, and we don't have any. I really think this Fireblade Charger is not very good. I don't know why the chat seems to like it so much. I think that the Landfall Doggie's not very good either. Like, yeah, if you play this turn 1, it's very aggressive, but if you play it later in the game, it's not going to be very good. That said, if you're mono red, then you have a mountain every opening hand, and this gets better. So maybe for our deck, we'll take the Hellhound. But the Ardent Electromancer is probably just better. Especially if we're mono red, we can cast every spell with all that red mana. Alright, so while I don't love the Fury, like I said, Fling not that awesome of a limited card. Still, this is a good land spell split card. So now I'm going to take it here. Count it as a land, and then it helps prevent flood. Same thing with Songmad Treachery. This card is 5 mana steal a creature, but you don't care that much how much steal a creature costs to cast, because you're looking to play it like at the end of the game usually. And then if it's in your opening hand, you can just lay it as a land. Another nice land spell to make sure we mitigate flood and screw. Thank you still here. Really appreciate the subscription. Thank you to everybody who does support my stream. Defender Reach, creatures have haste. No, I don't want this for my deck. Wildfire offers us nothing. Deadly Alliance this late is kind of absurd. I don't know if we'll end up playing, 4 swamps in Deadly Alliance or not, but with no red cards that I care about, I'm going to grab this late of a good removal spell. Maybe we open a black rare in pack 3, right? You never know. I'm not going to take the Skulker, though. We're not doing rogues. We'll just take another Electromancer and keep drafting mono red. And we know we have, a decent green card or 2 and a really good black card that's single black in our sideboard, depending on what pack 3 offers us. Again, no red cards I care about. This pump spell is fine. We already have one. I'm going to grab the Colony Ambush. Green is our most likely second color. We have the Balagid Recovery and the Colony Ambush. We could literally play these 2 green cards that are both lands, potentially, and play, 2 forests and these in our deck. And it's basically a free second color. So there's a good chance we're going to do that. So, don't want that card. Don't care about the pump spell either, but whatever. Don't think these cards matter. Gnarled Colony is another nice green card, although it is double green if you're kicking it. So if we do a really light green splash, that's not going to be great for us. Can't be blocked if you had another creature basically enter this turn. If you have the full party, creatures you control gain draw a card. That's awesome, but we're never going to have the full party. There's next to no red cards in this pack, but there is Royal Eruption, the best red common and possibly the best overall common. So this is an easy Royal Eruption for us. No problem. So I think we're way more likely to do a little green than a little black. Even though that's a really late Deadly Alliance, I really like that the green cards we have are the lands, so you can literally play very few forests in your deck, and then play those and have them be effective. Now there's another Royal Eruption. We're probably just going to take that, but let's see. 2/3, +1/+1 for each color of mana. No, that's definitely not good for us. So, yeah, very easy Royal Eruption here. Thank you, Laser Burn. I'm going to be burning people in this draft. We've got 3 Royal Eruptions, 2 Sizzling Barrages, lots of burn, really aggressive red deck, so on point name and subscription. So now there's literally no green or red cards I want, so this pack's kind of an embarrassment. Just in case we really end up doing the party thing well, I guess the Seagate Colossus. I don't know if we have that or not. I'm not going to even check because there's nothing else in that pack that would even remotely interest us. If you're really aggressive, I like Sizzling Barrage. I'm not sure that I'm going to play them or not. I'm trying to draft a really aggressive deck, but we don't really know. Here, I'm going to take the Hellhound. Again, if we're almost mono-red, then I think this card will perform pretty well. That's a really late Spark Mage. I like Spikefield Hazard just fine. There's plenty of 1-toughness creatures, but I'm not going to take it over Spark Mage. Thank you, Lucky PhD. Appreciate the subscription. Okay, now we have another tough pick between the first two cards in the pack. This is one of the more excellent split cards in that in your opening hand it's a land, in the late game it's a very real card as a 4/5 trample. But this is also going to be like a 4-mana 5/4 haste for our aggro deck. I think Minotaur and Warrior here are both excellent. I don't know which one I want. Thank you, Lucky. I think I already said that. I appreciate the subscription. I'm going to go with the split card, but I think that's a super close pick. I might change my mind on that later in the format. I mean, like I said, I haven't drafted that much yet. But both those cards feel quite good, in my opinion. I don't think these matter. Geez, I'm not even sure if I'm going to splash green. I mean, it's good. I mean, I can just play Balagid Recovery and the other green land card, Colony Ambush, and I can play like a couple of forests. I'm probably going to want to do that. It's almost free, but I have enough good cards in mono red here. It's kind of an crazy draft. I guess I have quite a few land spell split cards, so I probably do want a couple more playables. I think the Sneaking Guide will probably be pretty good. Let me make sure that I have 2-power creatures, giving this unblockable, Fisher Wizard unblockable. Give this unblockable, then pump it a bunch, could be nice. Thank you, Kurt Huss. Appreciate the subscription. We got the Minotaur back. There's just nobody drafting red in this pod besides me, right? Remember we got a Skyclave Geopod, like, 6th. I feel like I'm just the only red player in this whole pod or something. Alright, so let's see. It would be kind of absurd not to do the light green splash, given how free it is with Balagid Recovery and Colony Ambush. And we don't actually have any cards that make us need all mountains. We may want a lot of mountains, but we actually don't. Like, there's no real upside to all mountains. And we have a lot of land spell cards, so Stomp are quite good in this deck. We can play those and then pick them up in the late game. So let's assume we're going to do some sort of light green splash. We're an aggro deck. A 3-mana 3/3 is probably pretty good. So that's basically all we would really consider. Not saying we're going to play all of those green cards, but it's what we would consider. We have a bunch of the land spell cards, especially ones that count more as lands, like Songmad Treachery, and Kazul's Fury. So I assume we're going to play like way less lands than this. Probably something like that. Maybe like one less forest. So that's still a lot of cuts. So let's first take a look at the party stuff. Probably don't need this random fatty, even if it's relatively cheap in this deck. That seems pretty easy. I have so much removal. I mean, even though it is an aggro deck, I just don't think we're going to need all these Sizzling Barrages. Sneaking Guide, I only like for rogues. Where's the thing where you look at your creature types? Because I know I have the 2 party FTKs. Oops. What's going on? How do I get off the sleeves and go back to my deck? Yeah, whatever. I don't care about sleeves. What's going on right now? On the left of the sleeves, like this? No. Just select? Sure. Okay, so let's... I know there's a way you can look at all your creature types. Right here. So only one rogue. So that makes me really want to include that. So, what are we cutting? I think we have plenty of wizards and plenty of warriors. Green is pretty light. We probably don't want these 2 drops that are kind of weak. Probably don't need the green pump spell. I think those are pretty easy cuts. Now it's getting harder. Plenty of warriors and plenty of ways to use our mana. Scorch Rider doesn't seem great. Hellion also, fine card, nothing special. Pretty easy cut, I think. But now it is getting much harder. We're wizards and warriors, so we don't want to cut our rogue. Other than that, anything's cuttable. I don't think we need Tormenting Voice to smooth out our draws. Given we're not going to really flood or screw with this many of the lands. Colony is cuttable, but I don't have a million 2-drops. Let me take a look. We have 1. Yeah, 2. We don't have that many proactive 2-drops. Like, we have plenty of removal with all the Royal Eruptions. I think I'm just going to end up cutting these barrages, because we didn't end up getting that many 2-drops. This looks right to me. Yeah, I know the Hellion's good, because it can buy back one of the land spells as well. But what do you want me to cut instead? I mean, it's certainly a cuttable card. We could cut the Colony, but again, I don't have that many 2-drops. And I'm playing a decent amount of forests. The Brute, I just don't... I guess I have 4 Ardent Electromancers. So I guess I do have a lot of 3-drops. Alright, I'll cut the Brute instead. That's fine. Stomper does what the Hellion does, only way better. You get a better creature and you get to bounce 2 lands. It's only single green. It costs 6. Wow, this might be the most viewers I've ever had. Thanks everybody who tuned in. I know a new set just came out, and thanks again, Numot, for the big raid. I don't know if I've ever had like 2,500 viewers before. Kind of cool. I really appreciate it. Alright, so we're certainly going to play one of these lands. Spells tap turn 1 because we only have 2 other lands in our hand. Which one, though, is the question. Probably the Fury, I think. I don't really like this card very much. Like, don't get me wrong. I like it because it's a land spell split card, and they're pretty much automatically good because of what they do. But I just don't think you're sacking a creature to deal damage equal to its power that often. Thank you, MC Foot Soldier. Appreciate the support. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely right to play one of these land spell modal cards turn 1 as a tap land with only 2 other on-tap lands in hand. Which one is extremely close? It's really impossible to predict whether this Fury or this Songmad Treachery would go on to be more useful. So we want to get this out before we play Wizards, but our 2-drop here is not a Wizard. We do have a 3-drop Wizard for next turn. If I go land Ambusher here next turn, I can play the Electromancer and get 2 red because I'll have a Wizard and a Warrior. And then I can just play the Amulet. I missed the 1 counter, but I get to double spell. As long as there are 4 more instants in your yard, +3/+1, really good card, but we're nowhere near there yet. Tap, discard, exile the top 2 cards, and you can play 1. Well, I kind of want to kill that. That card seems absurdly good. But I don't have the ability to do that yet. So, okay. Thank you, Vodkanard and Nedlark. Really appreciate the subscriptions. I see you're both first-time subscribers. I hope you're enjoying the stream, and I appreciate the support. And yeah, though you don't want to miss counters on the Relic Amulet, we have a lot of fuel. Getting to double spell on turn 3 is pretty important. Well, they took us off that. So now, what do we want to do? Let's say I take control of this. Can I do anything good with it? I can use its ability once, but then they get it back, so it's not like it kills itself or something awesome, so no, not really. So I think I'm just going to play this as a tap land now and play the Relic Amulet this turn. Because again, I don't really want to cast, like, Wizards before I get the Amulet out. And remember, I have 2 different ways to pick up the lands, the Stomper and the Hellion, so I can buy these lands back late in the game. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, it does 1 damage to any target. Cool. So nothing great here, but I can double spell. Ardent Electromancer, get a mana. Fisher Wizard, discard a land. Looks good to me. Get some counters. Pretty good turn. Thank you, Ampelos. Appreciate the 3 months of support. Hype train. It's not a scam. Yeah, Rockslide Sorcerer seems pretty strong, I agree. Okay, well that gives us a nice play for this turn. Just use all our mana, play it, and kick it. Can I kick it? Yes, I can, because I drew 2 green. They're getting dangerously close to turning on this Chandler. It's probably going to happen soon. What did I do wrong? What was the punt? Thank you, Adam J. Appreciate the subscription. I mean, I got to discard an extra land. I mean, I wasn't going to just sandbag the 2-1 indefinitely. I discarded a mountain. Like, I drew the Gnarled Colony this turn. If I didn't play the land, I wouldn't even have a 4-4 trample in play. That was definitely not a punt. If you're saying I punted because I put a 2-1 out when I had a land I wanted to discard and they had a pinger out, that's just not a punt. This card is not only a 2-1, but it lets you discard a land to draw a card, or discard anything to draw a card, but I had an extra land, and I got a counter on the Relic. Like, that was definitely the right play. That was definitely not a punt. Okay, so what do we want to do here? We can play the 5-4 haste, attack with both. Unfortunately, the Channeler's up to a 4-4, but what are you going to do? I guess we'll offer a trade with that. I mean, I hope they don't, like, kill me on the backswing or something, but, I mean, I think I'm winning the race at the moment. I guess just a Royal for 5 if they have land Royal for 5, but I've got 3 Royals or something myself, so if I get them to 5, then they're in lethal range. The thing is, you're going to be able to reuse it, and the creatures are pretty small in this format, Lakshmana. I think it's not, like, an amazing card, but I think if you get it early and you prioritize your wizards and your instants, I think it's pretty effective. Okay, so we can double spell. There's nothing we can ping off, but that's okay. If they do counter the first one, we won't get to play the second one, and I don't want to accidentally die. So I can attack with the colony, but I do need a creature in play, obviously, to not be dead. So I'm going to pre-combat, play the Ardent Electromancer, make sure it resolves, and then play the Thundering Spark Mage. Unfortunately, just Wizards and Warriors, so the 2 damage not killing a 4-4 or a 3-3. But now that 2 different creatures resolved, I don't feel like it's likely the opponent's going to kill me, so let's attack. Thank you, Zhergosh. Appreciate the 19 months the whole time I've been streaming of support. You're awesome. Thank you. Not going well. In fact, the ping puts me at 3. They bounce a blocker, attack with both. Looks like we lost. Yeah, and I mean, at the end of that game, they still played this to ping me, and then this to ping me and remove a blocker. Like, I don't regret playing aggressively with all the burn in my deck and everything. Thank you, Draken. Appreciate 20 months of support. Again, pretty much the whole time I've been streaming. Thank you for your awesome support. Yeah, the creatures are pretty small in this format. So the stuff that, like, pings for one, like the Spark Mage that pings for 1 or 2 or 3, depending on your party, the Channeler, all that kind of stuff is pretty effective. Let's see. So we actually don't have any mountains in our hand. Like, we don't have any other red split cards or anything. But we're on the draw. We don't really need a mountain until turn 3, and we have, like, a lot of them, right? We have, like, I think 3 or 4 of the red land split cards and, like, 9 mountains. So if we keep this on the draw, we're on, like, a 12-outer, and we have Relic Amulet for turn 2. So I can't imagine I'm going to mull this, right? Just have to assume we'll hit a mountain or a red land spell split card. Take a look. Hey, there it is, turn 1. I'm not super happy about having to play the Broken Rare, but it's a no-brainer right now. It's double red to cast. We have no red. Plus, we have 2 ways to pick it up. We have the Hellion and the Stomper, so there's a chance we can buy this back in the late game when it's awesome. Okay, there's nothing I particularly want to discard at the moment anyway, so let's start by getting the Amulet going. Then next turn we can go Electromancer, add a red, cast Sneaking Guide. Still seems like the right play. I mean, I wouldn't hate putting a tap land in play, but then I could just cast a 2-drop, and I don't even really have anything I want to discard yet. I mean, I guess I'm pretty happy to discard Sneaking Guide. So I could go Wizard, discard Sneaking Guide, play a tap land, or I could go Electromancer, add a red, play the Sneaking Guide. I have a lot of party matters and stuff, so I think I want my Rogue in play. So I'm going to go with that line. So this adds 1 mana, and then we can use it, of course, to cast this. Okay, so now we can do the Wizard, which will give us a second counter on the Amulet. Then we can kill the Scythe Cat before it keeps growing. That looks pretty good. Do I want to do any attacking first or anything like that? I mean, if I attack with the 3-2, if they blocked with the Stinger, they can't give it Death Touch because this is not a rogue, it's a cat, and then I could kill it with the Amulet. So they might just take it. If they block with the cat, then I can't Amulet the cat this turn, but I still have the Amulet for something else anyway. So I guess I can attack with the Ardent Electromancer here. And then post-combat, we're going to play this. I can't discard the untapped land, but that's okay. I'll just discard one of the tap lands. I don't think my creatures are fighting theirs particularly well. Get rid of that. And now, before the cat can grow some more, take the free kill. Okay, so let's see what our options are. This can return a card from our graveyard. That's a pretty good spell now that we don't need lands. Again, I don't really like this Fury very much. Occasionally they'll kill something. You'll have the Fury in your hand. You'll sack it in response. But for the most part, I'm pretty happy to get rid of the Fury if I need to. What do I want to do this turn? I can Royal Eruption, but I'm nowhere near kicking it. So, do we have any good options? I can Royal Eruption the 3-4 and then ping it with the Amulet. Nothing wrong with that. Stop it from growing. I just don't really have an attack this turn if I do that. I guess that's all we can really do this turn, though. Still, nice to kill the Felidar before it grows more. We're up on board. We're not under any pressure. I mean, it sucks not having an attack at all this turn, but that's okay. We're not under any pressure. We're up on board. Let's just get rid of the grower before it keeps growing. Sure, mill me for 3. I've got Balagid Recovery. Hopefully you hit my best cards. This amulet's going to be awesome. I've already used it twice. Now I can, like, Balagid Recovery, get a counter, buy back the deal 4, kill something, get a counter. Like, this card is just going to be awesome this game. So our party count with Rogue and Wizard is currently at 2. We don't have a Warrior. So this card costs 1 mana effectively this turn. So what do we want to do? I can play this. It's effectively 1 mana. Then I have 4 left. I could play this, but then I only have 1 left, so I can't still use the amulet. So I think this turn, I just Balagid Recovery, the deal 4 to the 3/3 and attack with everything. It's a pretty smooth turn. We get some counters on the amulet to use for next turn. And we get to get in 6 damage, and we're ahead on board already. Would have been a little better if we could have gotten the Electromancer in play as well. I'm not going to play the Fling here. We're getting them low, so maybe we'll end up flinging them out. Okay, so now we could kick the Colony, but then that's all we're doing for the turn. Or I could play like the Electromancer, and then I could give Unblockable to the 2/1. We can't play Electromancer and Colony, right? We don't have any Warriors, so Electromancer costs 1 mana, and Colony costs 5 if we're kicking it. I think we just do the kick Colony. I know it's not exciting, but we're not under any pressure. How can I attack? I know this doesn't have Death Touch, but it can eat a 2/1, eat a 1/1, or bounce with a 3/2. Oh, I could have attacked with the 3/2 first, and then if they blocked, I could shoot it with the thing. Yeah, you're right. I could have attacked. Alright. I'm not going to play this as land 6 for this. I'll just wait till I draw 1 land naturally. They're pretty low. So, we'll see what they have. Sure. There's land 6 naturally. Why these are awesome. Opening hand, it's a land. Once you have 6 mana and a land is near useless, it's a 4/5. And they're pretty much dead. And now that there's a pacified creature, of course, Fury is basically a 3 damage removal spell. I can sack this and deal 3 to a creature they play, or I can just kill them with it. They cleared the board with the Wrath, destroy all non-land permanents. It's like Planar Cleansing. Didn't see it coming. Triple white, I think. Couldn't possibly have expected that, but no big deal. We still had plenty of ammo in our hand. Of course, we're keeping this. I don't have that many green sources, so I'm going to go ahead and put the tap land in play. Then we can curve out 2-drop, removal, 4-drop. This time, of course, I'm not going to play this. But you can always play this on tapped in a pinch and deal yourself 3 if you need to, and this card is pretty broken. I played it as my only red source the last game, but here I have 4 mana, including double red, and this I can play as a land to help cast this if I want to, so there's no way I'm going to play this as a land early. Not super excited about killing a 1/4, but I'm an aggro deck. I have a lot of removal. Just going to take that out and attack. These are already doing 2 because this is a warrior. So we'll see what they play. Hopefully it'll have 2 toughness or less so I can Spark Mage it and have a great turn. So that doesn't. They can't block because I would pump, so they're not going to block. So it looks like this turn I can play this, which will give me the ability to deal 3 with these in the future, which is awesome. But for this turn, I'm not going to have a great turn. Do I want to put the Akum Warrior out now? Maybe I do. Yeah, if they block, I'll wreck them. But they can't block because of this pump ability. It's not like they're going to say maybe they don't have anything. If they blocked, I wouldn't even play Spark Mage. I'd just pump it and get a free kill. So they're like 0% to block as long as they know what the Ambusher does. So the question is, do I play Akum Warrior as a land? I think I do because I have Shatter Skull Smashing. So I think this turn... Oh no, but then I can't pump and I miss 2 damage. So I'll just play the Mountain, attack, pump, and play the Rogue. Because I don't want to miss 2 damage to get the Warrior in play. And now these are dealing 3. I mean, they probably won't kill the Felidar because it'll probably grow. But if they play a 3 toughness creature, life is good. 3 toughness or less. We do have Hellion and Stomper. We have 2 ways to pick up our lands. Wow, that is a 3 toughness creature. Not one I'm excited about killing, but doesn't mean I won't do it. Alright, so let's see what's up here. I can play the Geopede. Or I can just Spark Mage away the Cleric. I mean, I can't even get to 4, I don't think. I don't think I have any Clerics in my deck. We're still a little ways away from this. I think I'm going to probably put the Akum Warrior in play as a land and just Spark Mage away the Cleric. Don't know if they're going to have something, but don't really care. Given this card is pretty busted. What is this? Oh, the new Remove Soul. Counter unless they pay 2, and then once you have 8, it's counter and scry 2. I like this card a lot, because in the early game, it's going to work because they can't pay 2, and in the late game, it's just even more impressive. That's a really nice card. I don't need to play a land, but I think I want to. Just work my way towards the smashing. Alright, let's see. So they have a Cleric, a Wizard, and a Warrior. So they don't have a second Wizard out. So I can hit the 3/2 flyer with the Spark Mage. They don't draw a card. Seems like a pretty automatic turn. My blocks are perfectly fine except for the 4/5. I can take another hit for 4 and then put out my other 4/5. Yep. This turn is easy. Alright, so I can trade the 1/1 for the 3/1. I don't need the party thing anymore. I don't have a block on the 5/6 this turn. That's okay, but I don't want to take the extra 3. Now we can just double block, no problem. I don't even really want to pick up a land, but I'll pick it up and replay it just to deal them 2 damage, of course. But I don't even want these cards in my hand, right? I'd rather them just stay in play, I think. Yeah, I think it's just Hellion. I mean, pick up a land, of course, even though we're going to replay it immediately because it's just 2 free damage. But other than that... I mean, now we can block the 5/6 with a profitable double block. We have 3 spells in hand, they have none, so perfectly fine. 6/7, so I have to triple block it now. But if they kill the 5, they can't kill either of the other 2. If they kill the 2 small creatures, they don't kill the 4/5. So if they attack with the Felidar, I'll happily triple block. Okay, so party is on 2 at the moment. So if I go Amulet and then Electromancer, I get a counter. I do not have the 3 to play the Geopede. We've got Wizards and Warriors, but I traded off my only Rogue. I could also just go Amulet and Geopede. Don't know that it makes much of a difference. I don't want to miss the Amulet counter, so I don't want to play the Electromancer before the Amulet. So I think it's Amulet and Geopede. I mean, if I'm not going to use the mana from the Electromancer, I'm clearly better off putting the Geopede in play than the Electromancer, right? Yeah, we'll see what we draw. Okay. So I can always play the Smashing on tap, deal 3 to myself, play the Stomper and buy it back. I don't know if I want to do that or not, but it is an option. This is getting kind of interesting. I mean, I don't want to end up dying to flyers, but they don't have any flyers out, and I have removal. It's a pretty interesting game. Yeah, I think we attack with the 4/5, and then I think I go Smashing, shock myself down to 5, Stomper, buy back, like, the Smashing. Play it tapped and then attack with GOP? What? That doesn't work. I think I can attack with the 4/5 only. If they block with the 6/7, I can Smashing it, sure. If they don't, then I play the Smashing and the Stomper. Yeah, but Ardent doesn't net mana. It's just a 1 mana 3/2. It's not like it actually makes me mana here or something. I think this is right. I want to get my 6/5 out here. It's a very real creature on this board. You don't have to go back to 4. You choose what you buy back. I'm just going to pick up the Smashing and nothing else. I wouldn't say it's top cycling, but I would say it's tier 1 just like cycling. I'm not saying it's better or worse. It might be better than cycling. But basically, cycling is a tier 1 limited mechanic, and the land, spell, split card modals are a tier 1 limited mechanic. They're just both tier 1 limited mechanics. Okay, so this time we have the ability to deal 4 with this. So we can attack with creatures. We can play a land, attack with the GOP, the Stomper, and the Hellion. I don't really care if I 2-for-1 myself to remove the 7/8, as long as I don't die on the backswing, because they need to do some blocking here. And their creatures don't have trample, so if they choose to take it and don't give me the ability to kill the 7/8 or chump block or whatever, I'll happily chump their 7/8 with my 2/2 or my 1/3. Who cares? Okay, looks fine. Can't do anything at instant speed anyway, so we'll see what happens when the dust settles. So, party right now, this costs 1. So if we played this and then Smashing, we can only Smashing for 3. Can't do that. So it's kind of a no-brainer. We just have to kill the giant creature, of course. Sorry, party is 2. But what I mean is this costs 1 mana, effectively. If we had 1 more mana, we could do it. We don't, so let's just go ahead and get rid of the 7/8, of course. And they should be pretty much dead. We have the amulet for 2 here. It's pretty cool, but that's not going to deck me, and this is game. Well, now it's super game, but it was already game. It's a pretty fun game. You can, but you split the damage. It doesn't deal 4 to 2 different creatures. It's X divided as you choose among the 2 creatures. So, like, if they have 2 2/2s out and you play it for 4, you can deal 2 to 2 different 2/2s. If they have 1 4/4 and a 2/2, then you just deal 4 to the 4/4. It's your choice. So it can do a lot more than that, but in that case, that was the most it could do. Well, if X is 6 or more, you just double the damage. Okay, clearly we're not going to mulligan. I don't know whether I'm going to play the song as a land or not. I guess not. We have 5 basics. Pretty slow hand, but alright. My deck could have used a few more early aggressive creatures. It's actually... My deck's pretty good, I think, but it's a little bit slow. But I've got all that early removal, too, so, like, I shouldn't get run over, but I'm not the best at dealing early damage. So we want to kill that, so we'll probably rebuke it. I don't think we want to play the Gnarled Colony one turn before we can kick it, so no real decisions here. Just get rid of the 2/3, attack for 3, and pass the turn. Thanks, Pedge. Yeah, that's what I do here. I love to explain and analyze, and I'm glad that people seem to enjoy it. Just give you all my thoughts. Cleric of Life's Bond. When a cleric enters the battlefield, you gain 1. Whenever you gain life, put a counter on it. Really nice card. But for right now, if they want to trade the 2/2 for my 3/2, I'm ecstatic. And they have no good block on a 5/4 haste. And with the ability to throw a creature at them for 5 and steal a creature, this seems like a no-brainer. I mean, I know they can gain a few life potentially, but I have to feel like I can win the race, given I have Song Mad Treachery and Kazul's Fury. And of course, if they want to trade their powerful 2/2 cleric for my 3/2, I'm ecstatic. So, just going to pressure them. What the? They just killed a 3/2 instead of a 5/4? It's one of the weirder plays I've seen. Is there a reason they Deadly Alliance my 3/2 instead of my 5/4? Smite, yeah, I guess. Okay, well, for now, if I attack and they take it, they're just dead, because I can Kazul's Fury it. If they chump block, though, I guess I can just play the Colony with Kicker. I mean, I'm nowhere near dead, so, okay. Well, the Fury comes through here. It goes to players, so we'll just sack our 5/4 and kill them. Cool. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, that's why those cards are good. I would never play 3-mana Fling in this deck, but if it's a split card, now it gets to replace a land, and then in my land light hands, it's a land, which is, you know, you need lands, and then if I have enough lands, I get this bonus extra spell. Please, y'all, I know you've heard it by now, you've heard it from me, you've heard it from others, but do not sleep on those. Every land spell split card is basically good, because the bad ones, the ones that are not good spells, they're still lands, they just get to replace lands in your deck. So they're basically all free rolls. Okay, so we have 2-drop, 3-drop, and 3 lands. I don't think I'm going to plan on stealing anything, though, and I need 2 red, so I'm going to go ahead and put this one in play tapped, and then we can use this as a fight, potentially. Mental Magic Limited. I mean, you know, I think Javier's an incredible player, but I think he's absolutely wrong on that. I don't think they're overrated. I think they're just incredible, frankly. Alright, we can't use the mana, but I'm still going to put a 3/2 in play, because it's turn 3. Well, I need to kill the opponent, or I'm going to lose to those 2 relics. So I think now I'm just going to put the ambush in play. As a land, I have other mana, but I need to curve up. And I'm probably going to try my hardest to get them to 5, and then hopefully I can eruption them out. So I'm going to plan here to put the tap land in play, so that next turn I rebuke a blocker, and then pump the ambusher and hit them for another 6. My real goal here is to get them to 5 life, so that I can eruption them out, because those amulets are going to allow them to take control of the game. Like, they'll win the late game. I think I'll be able to pressure them successfully here and win the game, but if this game went forever, I would lose to the amulets. So we're the aggro deck. They have inevitability. Alright, so they can deal 2 to my 3/2, but then I can double pump, and then they're already in eruption for 3 range. So, first I'm just going to attack and pass to them. If they go to 3, cool, Royal Eruption presents lethal. If they deal to 2, I could play the Warrior, but I think I'm better off just making Royal Eruption lethal, so I'm just going to double pump here. Now they're going to have to win this game without ever tapping out, even if they have a counterspell. Put them in lethal range. How are you supposed to pronounce it? Royale. Royal. I don't know. I can't pronounce anything. You know that. Alright, so let's see. Now, they could have a counter. They do exist, so I don't really want to fire the Royal Eruption. If I attack and they block, I can pump. If they then amuleted, I can Eruption them. If not, I can just play Electromancer, I guess. Yeah, it would have to be that, but it does exist. Okay, well, they took it, so now I'll just pump. And then if they kill it, they'll be tapped, and then I can probably Eruption them. Remember, I'm at 20. They're going to have to tap... Oh, I thought we were past blockers, but it doesn't matter. After they block, I would pump anyway, so no problem. So now, Electromancer. Again, when we're under no pressure, they're not going to gain life. They're playing blue-red. So there's no reason while their mana's untapped for me to Eruption them here. If they did negate it or something, how silly would I feel? They can just untap. Who cares? What are they going to do? At some point, they'll tap their mana. It's not like they're playing black-white and they're going to gain life. And again, same thing. No reason to go for it right now. Just going to double spell. Pressure them. Force them to cast things. We are playing around negate. Why wouldn't we? They're not going to accidentally 18 me. We're under no pressure. They're not going to gain life. Let's just try and make them cast things. Look, I'll go for it if I need to, but for now, I would rather just add things to the board, force the opponent to cast things, right? But what if they did negate it? We're not under any pressure. Okay, so we don't have a land, but if we attack with the 4/5 and the 3/2, if they, like, into the row with Kicker or something, they're dead. If they double Relic Amulet the 3/2 and block the 4/5 with their 4/5, they're tapped out and they're dead. So I'm going to go ahead and attack, because if they cast things to stay alive or they use all their mana to stay alive, then we kill them with Royal Eruption. So now look, even if they have a negate in their hand, they're still dead. What's the rush? The goal of Magic is not to end the game as quick as possible. It's to give yourself the highest chance to win. Imagine they did have negate. They probably didn't, but imagine they did. They could negate it and then stabilize and win that game. But if you force them to deal with your board and tap out, then even if they have a negate, they lose, right? Okay, so let's see. We could turn one rogue, or we could turn one tap land. I don't want to miss damage. We don't have a 3-drop. We do have a 2-drop, though. Still, though, I don't want to miss damage. It's the only rogue in our deck. So we can always go 1-drop, 2-drop, and then we can start playing our tap lands. Thank you for 20 months of support, Better Magic. That's pretty much the whole time I've been streaming. I really appreciate it. Thank you for resubscribing. So now I actually want an on-tap land for turn 3. Oh, I can just play the Smashing on tap and shock myself if I need to. So I think this turn, we're going to attack, play the 2-1, and discard one of these tap lands. Think the 4-5 is less likely to be useful this game, because we're trying to find an on-tap land 3, so I don't have to play the Smashing to curve out. Okay, so far, life is good. Can't use the 2 mana, but I don't care about that. Just going to keep curving out, getting ahead. And now we have a Wizard and a Rogue, so this is dealing 2. So if they play like a 2-2, we're going to have 4 creatures to their 0 on turn 4. So hopefully they just tap 3 mana and put in play a creature that has 2 toughness or less. Unfortunately, they have removal, so that doesn't happen. Okay, what do we want to do? Guess we can't do too much that's productive here. But I think I'm going to play this as a land because we have the Smashing. So, put my tap land in play, hit them and pass back. I mean, they might stabilize. I do need to draw some more creatures. Well, they were tapped out, so the attack first, attack second didn't really matter, right? I don't think there's free spells. Could have pumped. Pump what? Nothing I have out pumps. Thank you, official Mischi. Appreciate the subscription. I'm sure I mispronounced your name, but thank you for the support. Play a creature. I keep having these Spark Mages and my opponents keep not playing creatures. This is limited. Play a creature. What is going on here? So they're going to kill the 2-1. So I guess we're not going to overrun them here now. So I guess we just have to chill for the long game. This doesn't go to players, but it can kill 2 of any size creature once I have 8 mana. This isn't debatable. Not playing around Negate last game would have been horrible. Even though they might be like very low to have Negate, if they negated that card, they could have won the game. I was at like 20 and under no pressure. Like, if you're saying they would never have Negate, they can't gain life out of blue-red. I can just burn them later. If they do have Negate, they're probably going to have to tap their mana at some point. Like, it's not really a question. Like, last game playing around Negate was 100% correct. Okay, what can we do now? I can get my Amulet out. I don't really want to target this with a spell. I could hit it with the Spark Mage to finish it off. They don't get the 1/1s. But I can't Smashing it or they'll just get the 4/1/1s. So, don't think I can really do much. This game is not going the way I would have envisioned. I am sort of flooding. I mean, my opening hand, I discarded spells and played my tap lands, and then I drew all mountains. But, see, I guess. A lot more likely if they have it, Raz, that it's already in their hand, then they draw it in 2 or 3 draw steps. Plus, like, I was always ahead on board and always adding creatures, so they were always going to have to deal with those. So it was going to be pretty unlikely they didn't tap out at some point. Alright, well, at least there's a creature we can Spark Mage, finally. They don't get 4/1/1s when I kill the Pack Beast, right? I'm not hitting the Myriad Construct. And it's only spells. If I could Spark Mage for 4 on the construct, or Relic the construct for 4, that'll kill it. It's not when it's targeted with a spell or ability. It's only when it's the target of a spell. Target the construct for 0 and split it. Yeah, if I want to turn their 4/4 into 4/1/1s at some point, I might do that. It's an option. It's not looking great, but we'll see what they have. Alright, so what's going to happen here? I'm not that worried. I mean, they eat my 2/2. I can always finish it with this. Maybe I'll do what was being said, though. I could hit the construct for 0 or 1 or whatever, and the Living Tempest, and play the Electromancer. So either way, we can't do anything in combat. And now, post-combat, what do we want to do? Yeah, Shatter Skull doesn't go to the player. I know that. Neither does Relic. So I could always just Amulet away the Tempest, and then play the Electromancer and get another counter. Or I could, like, turn this into 4/1/1s by targeting it, and kill that, and get the Electromancer out. Yeah, I don't think we're going to win this game, but I can't keep taking hits for 4 indefinitely. So I think I'm going to do that. This is kind of a weak use of smashing, but I don't really have other options, unfortunately. So, let's see. Doesn't look like it'll let you target for 0, so I think you have to assign at least 1 to anything you target. Yeah, we could X equals 2. I just tried to do it for 1 to see if I could assign 0 to the 4/4, because it was going to get sacked anyway. But you couldn't. It wouldn't let me anyway. I don't know if that's correct or not, but I know it wouldn't let me right there. I just tried. That's why I tried, though. I wanted to find out. What is this thing? 1/2, +1/+0 for each creature in your party when it attacks. Okay, cool. Hey, another mountain. Just what I needed. Okay. Can't really do anything. I mean, I have the amulet, so I can take out the non-1/1 token. Which we're certainly going to do. Past that, good beats. Well, it shouldn't flood much because of all the land spell split cards, right? I mean, this game just went kind of awkward. Hey, no forests and a green card. Just what we wanted to see. Alright, I'm dead. I'm super dead. This is, like, not remotely close. Let's get to another game. Not often, Mato Kawaii. The land spells really mitigate that. It just, I drew my cards in a bad order. I drew the 2/1 when I discarded a land spell split card instead of just a mountain, and then I drew like all mountains. I mean, there's like 13, 14 lands in this deck that are not spells. You really shouldn't flood much with a 14 land deck, and ways to discard them. Oh, I'm doing another draft after this, and I'm doing another draft after that. When I start the stream off with a draft that I'm playing from off stream, that's just so like something to do while people trickle in and I want to finish that. But there will be 3 on stream drafts, and this was only the first of the 3. Thank you for asking. For now, can't do anything. No real choices. Key, Amulet, of course. Nothing else to do but get that out before we start playing our wizards. No decision there. No, I don't think the Heat will win at all. I think the series against Boston will be like a 6 to 7 game tough series. The Heat could definitely win, but I think the Lakers are way too good with Anthony Davis and LeBron James, 2 of the top 5 players in the league, and I think the Lakers are going to win the championship this year, regardless of whether Boston or the Heat come out of the East. I'm rooting for the Heat, though. Okay, so let's see. I can play a 3-2. I can't use the mana, or I can play the 2-drop. And then I can get more mana out of the 3-2, and I can deal more damage with the Spark Mage. But then I'm putting a 1-3 in play instead of a 3-2. So we have a tough decision this turn between Ardent Electromancer and the Ambusher. I think it's the Ambusher, because next turn I can play the Electromancer, and I can play the Thundering Rebuke to kill a creature they play. So even though it uses less mana this turn, I think I need the Warrior in play. Now if they play a 2-toughness creature, I can Spark Mage it. If they play a 3 or more, I can go Electromancer Rebuke. So I get to have a much better next turn this way. And there's a 2-toughness creature, so now we'll slam down FTK and life is good. FTK Flame Tongue Kabu for anybody who's not as old as me. Yeah, well, for anybody who isn't as old as me in Magic years, who hasn't been playing Magic for 26 years, it's kind of unbelievable. Basically just feels like my whole life at this point. Sadly, they played a creature that's too big for me to kill with Rebuke, but I can play this for 1 mana, and then this for 4, and then attack with the 5/4, and force them to trade off their big blocker or take 5. And I add a 3/2 to the board, so life is good still. And this is an even trade if they make it, but it helps clear the way for the rest of our army. So this is a situation where you definitely offer an even trade because it has upside for me. The 2 possibilities are either they take 5 and I'm ahead on board in life total, or these trade and then that helps clear the way for all my smaller creatures that their 4/5 is currently stopping. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is attack with the 1/3. If they block, I'll double pump, and then that clears out the 4/5. If they take it, I'll play Colony with Kicker. Sounds like great reasons to stop playing E1. What is this card? Put a number of cards from your hand on the bottom of your library, then draw that many +1. Okay, cool. That's a nice card. Okay, again, I'm not going to send the other creatures yet. They might have an instant speed removal or something anyway. Just going to send the Ambusher. If they block, I'll double pump. If they have removal for my 1/3, who cares? I don't have anything else to do with my mana. If they trade, that's great for me. not like super scared of a stalemate. Like I have a lot of powerful spells and I don't have very many basic lands left in my deck. Okay. They could have let me pump one more time and should have, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to hold the 1 land because I have that 2/1 that's discard a card, draw a card. So that feels good to me. I like the land spell split cards. I like Kicker. I don't like Landfall, but it doesn't feel nearly as bad as it did last time. So Stomper is a reasonable body to attack into the 4/5, and I can deal 4 to the 5/4 and kill it. I don't have any lands worth picking up yet, but that's okay. I'm still just going to add a 6/5 to the board. Since I haven't played a land yet, there's literally no reason not to pick up a land and replay it immediately. Thank you, Fininer. I know I didn't pronounce your name right either, but I really appreciate the 19 months of support. Thank you to everybody who does subscribe. I really appreciate the support for my content. Neither Obville. I hate aggressive mechanics. Okay, this still works out pretty well. If I deal 4 to the 5/4, then they have to trade the 5/6 for my 6/5, which clears the way for the rest of the team, or they take 6. So I'm happy either way. Ooh, target creature fights a creature you don't control. I like that. Where does that leave us? So 4 to the 5/4. Then I could... It is a fight, it's not a bite. So the 6/5 can't fight the 5/6. It could fight the 3/2, but I mean, I can always fight that off with the 4/4 anyway. So I think we can make that decision post-combat regardless, because we don't need the 6/5 to fight. So let's now just attack with the 6/5. They either take 6, which is good for us, or trade with the 5/6, which clears the way for all the smaller creatures, which is good for us. I don't think we're going to do better with this than killing the 3/2 here, because it is a fight, not a bite. And I want to do it while they're tapped, so they don't have like a pump or removal in response. So I'm not going to be greedy. I'm just going to now clear out their only creature while they're tapped. If it was a bite, I might wait. But given it's a fight, I can't really do better than a 3/2. Like, I could kill a 3/3 or a 3/4. But that's the biggest creature I can really kill. If it was a bite, then I could kill an opposing 4/4, so I might wait. I don't think I want to attack all there. Then I let their 5/6 eat a 4/4. That seems pretty bad. I deal them a decent amount of damage, but they're at 18. I think this was the right play. So I've got Wizards only. So this only does 1. So I think I'm happy now to attack with everything. If they block the 2/2, I can ping it to death. If they take it all, I'm just going to drop the Spark Mage as a chump blocker so the 2/3 doesn't get to hit and exile cards. Yes, Raid is a very aggressive mechanic. It incentivizes you to attack at all times. Okay, this actually works out pretty well. They had the +1/+1, which caused them to block the 3/2. Play it. Now I can finish it off with the Spark Mage. Life is good. I'm just working my ranking towards Mythic. I might do some best of 3 later after I hit Mythic, but I like trying to make Mythic every season. It's kind of fun. That's why I'm playing the best of 1 ranked. I don't know why they won't give us best of 3 ranked limited. There's best of 3 ranked constructed. I don't get it, but they don't offer it at the moment. Okay, no decisions. If they trade with a 2/1, cool. I mean, if they trade their 2/1 for one of my 2/2s, cool, because their creature grows, mine don't. If they take it, all the better. I'm way ahead in life. No real decisions here. I played the land because I only have one card that incentivizes me, really, the discard land. I don't have landfall or anything. Like, I might have, like, one copy. I have the one landfall 3/1, but I have very little. And you never know, I might draw something that makes me want all my lands in play. Like, I have that X spell or something like that. Okay, so what can we do here? I don't care about adding mana, so I can play this post-combat. If I attack with the 2/2, they're just going to block with the 2/3. If I attack with the 4/4, they can double, but I kill both. So that looks fine. So this is a pretty easy attack with just the 4/4. They can double, but I kill both, and then I add a 3/2 to the board. If I sent both, the 2/3 could just eat the 2/2. Cool. What does that make us? 5-2? Y'all think we're going to get the 7 with this? Will I win the next 2 games? 7-1 with that sweet rogue deck. This deck's pretty good. I think it could have used a few more early drops. Like, I have, like 2 or 3 royals and also the deal 4 uncommon. So, like, I shouldn't get ran over. But I'm not very good at pressuring the opponent early. 6-3, that's the prediction. Hopefully I can prove y'all wrong. I don't know how to rank the colors in the set. I mean, I certainly think you can play any color. I mean, white is probably the worst, but that's just always the case in the dark. I'll prove you wrong by going 5-3. That's not my goal. Alright, well, we're not going to decide on the tap land turn 1 because we have a 1-drop. So then we can see our next draw step and then decide. And we can always play it as a land and then pick it back up with the Hellion. If we draw a land, there might not be a reason to do that. But if we don't draw a land, yeah, we probably want to do that. Because the Hellion costs 5 and this is a tap land, so let's get it in play. Okay, can't do anything good this turn, but next turn we can Spark Mage that for 2. That'll be a great turn if they don't mess that up in any way. And then after that, we have Hellion picking back up our spell here. So we don't have anything for turn 3, unfortunately, but turns 4 and 5 should be pretty good turns if they don't do anything to really mess this up. Yeah, Wizards hates the color white in Magic. We don't really know why, but white is just consistently the worst color. Like, not always, obviously, but by far the most. Okay, they might have something to mess this up, but we gotta go for it because we don't have any other options. So I'm just going to run my Spark Mage. It's not, like, imperative that I successfully ping that off. If I do, great. And obviously if they play, like, a pump spell or something, I'm still happy with that trade. So maybe they have something, maybe they don't. Either way, we have no other options for this turn, but we have good options for the next couple turns, so we're certainly going to go for it. Yeah, I know. I just drew Stomper, so I can't bounce a land next turn and then play my 6-drop on time. It's not... I can always pick the same spell land up with Stomper as I was gunning with Hellion. So most likely now I'll just put down Hellion as a 4/5. Unless we draw something else that gives us a better option. Because this only does 1, because they only controlled 1 creature, so they couldn't kill the 2/2. So they killed the 1/1, because that made the Spark Mage only deal 1 to the healer and not kill it. Okay, this trade is fine. And now we'll untap, lay the 4/5. No decisions. We're not going to pick anything up, because we have a 6/5 for next turn. The 3/2 Wizard's cool. I mean, it basically costs 1 or 2 mana. It's a neat card. I don't think it's great, but I think it's fine. I think the Spark Mages are fine. I don't think they're at their best in this deck, but again, they just used a powerful removal spell on a 1/1 to fizzle the Spark Mage's ability, and then the Spark Mage still traded with something. So overall, that was a pretty positive 2 for 2 for me. I forced them to use a powerful removal spell on a 1-mana 1/1. Okay, no real decisions here. Attack with the 4/5, play the Stomper, pick up the 1 spell land, and that's it. I don't want to pick up more lands than that. This turn is scripted. We get a 6/5 trample on board, and we get this steal creature spell back in our hand. Lame Tongue Cavu. Look, it's not dealing 4, of course. It's not FTK. FTK was a 4/2 that did 4. This is like a 2/2 that does 2. But the creatures are pretty small. I killed a Scythe Cat with it once. I just basically got them to use their removal spell on a 1/1. I mean, still happy with the card, but yeah, FTK is much better, obviously. It's a 4/2 that does 4 instead of a 2/2 that does 2. Okay, so what are we going to do here? We could buy back a card. Oops. So I could buy back the Rogue to turn this into dealing 2. They've got 3, 6, 9 out, so I have to do something about these flyers or I lose. I might not be able to. I might just be dead. If I steal the 3 power, don't have enough to kill them, I think I'm just dead. This is a sorcery, yeah. Yeah, I needed to draw a removal. Can't believe I'm just losing like this. My deck has so much removal. Unfortunately, this can't even deal 2 right now. Who had 5/3? Everybody. Alright, well, I can't do anything. I guess let's take something. See if we can trick them into blocking. I doubt they will, but you never know. Nice job by the opponent. So 5 and 3, not the best, not the worst. And let's get on to the next draft. I did prove those 6/3ers wrong, which was my entire goal, of course. This rare is quite good. 2 mana 3/1 that's recursive, and all you have to do is play a land to get it back, and it's a 5/3 when you get it back in the late game, so we're probably going to take this. It's a very good card. This is good removal. I think the rare is better. This card is also excellent, but again, I think the rare is better. Spoil is also excellent. This whole pack is just great. Well, the commons aren't actually that good. Rabid Bite's fine. None of the best commons, really. Bubble Snare is also fine. But the 3 uncommons and the rare are all pretty much first pickable, but I think the rare is the best. I mean, you play this on turn 2. If they have to trade with it, you just get it back as a 5/3. You don't even discard or anything. It's just, right? It's just landfall. Whenever you play a land, you can just cast it from your graveyard. And yeah, it's best in black-green because that's the deck that prioritizes landfall and has counters matter. But in any black deck, Skyclave Shade is just a good card. Yeah, if they mill you, you get it back, and rogues do so much milling. There's a lot of getting milled in this format. I'm going to name this format Voxy's Dream, because there's so many cards that just mill the opponent. Okay, so Deadly Alliance, the best black common, I assume. Easy follow-up to a broken black rare. Vision is pretty mediocre. I mean, it's fine because it's, the land spells are all good, but this is one of the weaker ones. I don't really like Plunder either. It's kind of expensive. Just an easy deadly alliance here. Alright, so this is another black-green counters matter card. I mean, I do agree Skyclave's Shade is by far the best in black-green, but it's not a black-green gold card. I mean, this is a broken rare in any black deck. Otherwise, there's Gloomhunter, yeah. So we can take Gloomhunter and stay mono black, or we can take the Horn Beetle, which is quite good in black-green counters matter. That's basically all we're deciding between. Mace is fine, yeah. I don't think it's great. I think, given we already... I think there's an uncommon black-green counters matter as an archetype, and we already have Shade. I think I'm going to take the Horn Beetle. So, unfortunately, now the best card is a Deal 4. But there's also a Rabid Bite, so that's pretty close. So I guess it's a pretty clear bite. But that's why there's value in always staying open, because then we could have took the Deal 4. I don't think that red 1-drop is very good. If you have a couple equipment, a couple good ways to pump it, it's fine. But for the most part, the opponent can just ignore it and take 1. Like, I heard a bunch of people saying they like it. I think it's fine, but I think it's kind of overrated. I mean, listen. Anytime you're, like, triggering party, let's say, so if you're, like, a red Wizards deck and you get access to a playable warrior like that, it's gonna be fine. But I don't think the card is great. I think it's just fine. Okay, I think clear Gloomhunter, counters matter, fits everything we're doing. Also, the bite is Rabid Bite is good with lifelink. Basically, that just fits everything we're doing. So we're not going to have rogues like blue-black, but we can still draft a few if we take this Skulker. Otherwise, the best cards are like Warrior and Spark Mage. We're clearly seeing red. So I think, though, we're going to draft black-green, but black-red is an option. There's plenty of black rogues, though, right? And I mean, Skulker is just a good card. Okay, I think pretty easy Gloomhunter over Dauntless Survivor, even though they're both fine in our deck. Again, we're clearly seeing red, but these red cards are not, like, impressive. I mean, we're definitely seeing more red than green, and if I open, like, a broken red card, I'll switch. For now, I'm trying to prioritize black cards, but, I mean, like, we have 2 Gloomhunters which get counters, Shade, which recursively gets counters. So, I mean, black-green counters matter is pretty good for us, even if we're seeing more red than green. So we'll see if the draft forces us to change or not. For now, it's another easy Skulker. Skulker's way better. Or, yeah, Dauntless Survivor and Gloomhunter. Gloomhunter's way better. Gloomhunter, if you draw 6 mana as a powerful card, it swings the game by 2 points a turn anyway in the early game. Dauntless Survivor's fine, but, you know, you're always going to play it in this type of a deck, but it's not nearly as good as Gloomhunter. Hagrid Constrictor, on the other hand, another black-green counters matter card. We are doing the black-green counters matter thing really well. While I think this card is bad, it does have counters, so I'm going to take it now just in case we really do the counters matter thing well enough to play the 2-3. Another Gloomhunter. I'll take all the Gloomhunters I can get. I don't really like Blood Price very much. You can play it if you have a lot of cheap removal and your deck kind of needs that effect, but I think it's pretty bad. I'm not a big fan of Blood Price in this format. Choose target creature, counter for each creature in your party. I highly doubt we're going to play that. I see a green mythic, 6 mana, 5/7 reach. You can play lands from your graveyard. Okay, that's not exceptional, but if a land during the battlefield causes a triggered ability, trigger an additional time, so it's great with landfall, which we don't really have. So this card is clearly very good, but not like broken in our deck currently. I might just want this Vine Gecko. It does the counters matter thing, and we have 3 Gloom Hunters to play on the cheaper. Oh yeah, this is good. If I take Ancient Green Warden, it's 100% to make my deck. But I think the Vine Gecko offers us more. We already have 3 Gloom Hunters and Shade. We have 4 kicker cards, and Vine Gecko gets counters. So it actually hits both of what our deck is doing, counters matter and kicker. I think it's Vine Gecko over the Green Warden. I'm not in any way against the Green Warden. I would definitely play it if I took it. It would still be a good card in my deck. But I think the Vine Gecko just offers us more. Okay, so now I think Zoth Consumption's a pretty good land spell. You can play it as a land in your opening hand, and then in the late game you get a drain for 4 instead of a land you don't need. Veteran Adventurer is fine, but not super exciting in this deck. Same thing with Subtle Strike and Scythe Cat. Those are both fine counters matter tricks, but I'd rather have the land spell split card. Now again, I do like these land spell split cards a lot, but not more than Vine Gecko and our 3 Gloom Hunter, Skyclave Shade, Black-Green Kicker, Counters Matter deck. These Vine Geckos are pretty much perfect for us. I'll be snapping those right up. Easy Deadly Alliance here. Just great removal. Not even close. Nothing else in the pack is remotely close. This deck is busted. This deck is way better than the last deck, and the last deck was good, but 2 Gecko, 3 Gloom Hunter, Shade. This deck is awesome. 2 Deadly Alliance. This deck is beautiful. A nice land spell split card here. I mean, pretty much everything you could ask for. The red-green ended up 5-3. Yeah, this Sentinel is probably playable with 2 Vine Geckos, because we can cast it for 6 instead of 7, plus it triggers, like, our counters matter stuff. I think there's a good chance we'll play it. I agree, you're right. Alright, so let's see. It's nice to get a Cleric for the party matter stuff. +1/+1 for each color of mana spent on it, which will probably just be 2. So this is like a 5 mana, 4/5 Cleric. And it triggers the counters matter stuff. Seems medium, but seems fine. There's pretty much nothing else good in this pack. Alright, let's see. Relic Vial, sack a creature, draw a card as long as you control Cleric. No, this doesn't seem good at all for us. But Vastwood Fortification, again, not one of the better land spell split cards, but it's a land spell split card, so occasionally you get them early, and then otherwise it's just a land if you need it to be anyway. It just replaces a land. I don't think this is going to make our deck, but you never know. I'll happily play one of these. It's a nice kicker card to trigger the Geckos, get back 2 creatures. Don't mind if we do. So both of these are fine in our deck. This puts a counter on something, and this is a good trick if it's drawing a card. And a lot of our creatures have counters. I think we don't really need the ramp. I think we'd rather just have the Oblivion's Hunger. This card is pretty straightforward. If it's not drawing a card, it's not a good card. If it is drawing a card, it is a good card. So the more of the counters, the more creatures you have that will have counters on them, the better Oblivion's Hunger is. Subtle Strike is also a fine trick for us. And I mean, almost all our creatures are going to have counters. The Skulkers don't, but we have some ways to give things counters, and I don't even know if I'm going to play those. And then these kicked have counters. These get counters as soon as we kick anything. This has counters. This has counters. This doesn't have counters. This has counters. Most of our creatures have counters. Okay, we can always take third Gecko. There is also this Moss Pit Skeleton. That's probably better. Another kicker creature. If it enters the battlefield, when you kick it, it's a 5-mana 5/5. And whenever counters are placed, you can put it on top of your deck from your yard, and we're really good at that. So, I mean, Vine Gecko would be awesome for us, but Moss Pit Skeleton has got to be better, right? Skeleton is just a recursive kicker, counters matter card. Basically, everything our deck is doing. This deck is a masterpiece. Drafting the easy way. Alright, let's see. So now, nothing amazing. We're either going to probably take the Scythe Cat or like the Feed the Swarm. We have a lot of creatures that get counters. We play a good, long, grindy game if we need to. We don't have a lot of good removal, so I think I'm going to grab the Feed here. I don't love Feed. Losing life is a pretty big drawback in this format, but we don't have a ton of removal, and we do have a ton of good creatures already. So I do think it's the right pick, but I gotta be honest, I don't love Feed the Swarm. It's fine, but I don't love it. I think it's just going to be Skulker here. This is a pretty weak pick for us, but it is a rogue for our Deadly Alliance and for our other Skulkers. So that matters. Windmill Slam. Give me all the geckos you can. So now it's between the Sentinel and the Survivor. I assume it's the Survivor, but honestly, with 3 geckos, we're kind of doing the Skyclave Sentinel thing pretty well. But I'd still rather have the Survivor, I think. Okay, we have plenty of 2-drops. I don't need the Blood Priest for Cleric or anything like that, so now we can grab another Sentinel for the kicker thing, which we're doing extremely well. And remember, it's not really 28. Zoth Consumption replaces a land. Vastwood Fortification replaces a land. Is this a card? 1 less for each creature in your party. To cast, search your library for a card, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library. If you have a full party, you may cast a spell with converted mana cost 4 or less. We're not going to have a full party, so this is just a bad tutor effect. I don't think we're going to play it. I mean, there's nothing in that pack we're going to play. So there's the 2/1 Flying Rogue. This is pretty medium in our deck, but we do have 3 Skulkers. Tranu's Silencer might be okay for us. We actually have a pretty good diversity of all of the party stuff. I don't think we're going to play this 3-mana 2/1. I don't think I'm going to play that either. But. Yeah, Flash Rogue is good with Skulker, but we have a lot of 2-drops, and the Skulkers aren't particularly good for us. I'm not even sure if we're going to play them. They might end up being what we cut. Because they're not counters matter, and they're not kicker matters. And we're doing both of those things. I mean, look at how many of our cards cost less than 2 mana. Granted, the Gloom Hunters are great split cards. With 3 geckos, we're not really looking to play those on turn 2. But if we don't draw another 2-drop, we can. I mean, Subtle Strike's a good trick, but it's still a trick. It's situational. We'll probably play 2, but not 3. This is a deck that would play like 17 lands. We can definitely view the Consumption and the Fortification as lands. So we're looking to get to about 25 spells and 15 lands. Something like that. So we need to cut another 3 cards or so. I think I'm just going to cut these rogues. We don't have other rogues. They're not going to be Death Touch. We have plenty of 2-mana cards. I just don't think those are really offering us anything. I think the Sentinels are good with 3 geckos, plus all the other counters matter stuff. Which cleric? This thing? It triggers the beetle. I mean, it's not great, but so 4 or 5 counters matter. We have the Oblivion Hungers. We have the beetle. We have a few counters matter cards. The beetle, the constrictor. Our Oblivion, like I said, our Oblivion Hungers want us to have creatures that have counters on them. I mean, I could play one more land for sure, viewing these as split cards. But I mean, like, our stuff is pretty cheap. I think this is right. No, I don't think Blood Price. I don't think this deck wants Blood Price at all. Blood Beckoning is drawing better, and Skyclave Shade recurs, and Skeleton recurs, and if we're stuck on lands, we can play our cards on kicked. If we draw a lot of lands, we can play our cards kicked. I don't think this deck wants Blood Price at all. I think Blood Price is pretty bad. I don't think very many decks want it. I'm not saying it's not a one-of in some decks, but I don't think it's a very good card in this format. Yeah, so here we'll probably be turn 2 Shading, no question. Not going to wait until I play that on turn 5. Then turn 3 we have the Constrictor. Oh, I'm not saying you'll never play Blood Price. I'm just saying I think it's kind of weak. I don't think it's a very good card. Like, I don't think it's an auto-include by any stretch. I think your deck has to want that effect before you play it. But if your deck does want that effect, I certainly think it is playable. Okay, no real decisions here. I shouldn't have played the land first, but whatever. I don't need to recast it this turn. I have a 3-drop anyway. But of course, you want to get in the habit of not playing your land before you attack when you have the Shade. Okay, so this has Menace, so they can't block it. We can't Deadly Alliance. We can recast the Shade from the yard and cast Gloomhunter. That seems fine. I'm going to have to race. That's fine. I don't really want to wait on these cards. Kicking them is not particularly important. I can spend my mana next turn. Also, if I trade off the Gloomhunter, I can just get it back, even if I'm chumping with it or something like that. So I'm taking 6 down to 7, but then I go back up to 8. Got the Deadly Alliance and the Subtle Strike. This is a tight game. I'm definitely cool with that. So if I attack and play the Horn Beetle, I get what? A 3/4, which if they don't have anything stops their cards. If they play a land and a removal undead, I could also Deadly Alliance this, and then I only take 3, and then I can maybe do this next turn. Seems like that's probably correct. I guess I could hold the Constrictor back, and then I could, like, double block, or if they have removal, I chump with the Constrictor, but then I can play this with Kicker. Yeah, I think getting rid of Lagak is correct as well. There are ways they can lethal me, but that's okay. My hand is good, but not, like, incredible or anything. Should probably do it on their upkeep. I don't want to let them play a land and ping me for 1, is why I can't wait till their main phase. Could have done it on my turn, but if they had the Fling or something, I want them to tap mana on their turn, not mine. Yeah, the shade can't block. Okay, so we're at 3, but we're in a winning position if they don't have anything. For now, attack with the shade and play the 3/4, I think, and then we have a fine double block on the colony. Plenty of cards they could have to beat us, but if they don't have them, again, we're in fine shape. Well, that'll do it. So now all my creatures have to block their 1/1, and I take 4 and die. Ooh, we got a Voxy raid. 2 great raids today. Kenji, Numat, and Voxy. Voxy, I was just telling them how this is your favorite format because there's so many cards that mill. So I'm naming this format Voxy's Dream. Do you agree with all that? Yeah, you do. There's no reason for you to even comment. We know you agree. You heard? I don't believe in bullying. I do believe in milling. No, I think the play we made was right. There was no reason to put them on that uncommon or something. I would have gotten the Gloom Hunter back soon, but, you know, we could have drawn a Gecko. We could have drawn another Gloom Hunter. I mean, sometimes they just get to have cards, right? Okay, so I'm going to play this as a land here. It's a tap land. We only have 2 others. It's in our opening hand. I think it's kind of a no-brainer. Thank you, Alexma. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you, Voxy. Appreciate the 16 months of support. You'll love to hear it. I hope you had a good stream, including the mill out. So I wouldn't usually just use Subtle Strike like this, but it's a mana producer, and we know if there's one rule in Magic, it's you bolt the bird. And we keep the +1/+1 counter forever. We bolt the bird here on turn 2, take away their mana producer. Next turn, we have Vine Gecko and Feed the Swarm. After that, we have Deadly Alliance. We're just curving right out here. Two geckos? I've got 3. Why would you think I only have 2? Of course, I won't draw any kicker cards, even though I have like 7 of them or something. But, you know, I'm not really in a position to complain when I'm curving out with a removal still in hand. So, no reason to play this as a land. We can't cast it, but if we draw any land, we can, and I don't think I need 6 mana. Most of the cards I have that cost 6 would be kicker things, which really cost way less right now. Okay, I'm definitely going to Deadly Alliance anything, because this attack puts them to 5, so they're effectively already at 1. If I literally kick something here, then they're already going to 4, which makes this consumption lethal. Yeah, if I draw a land, they're going to die to the Zoth consumption, and if I don't draw a land, they're going to die to all my spells. So good luck to the opponent. I don't think Black-Green can do anything about this. Hey, you know what's really cool? When instead of losing a game because you're flooding, your lands drain the opponent for 4. I just want to take a moment and say, whoever's idea it was for these land spell split cards at Wizards in R&D, thank you. We love you. This is a really sweet new limited mechanic that we've never seen before. Good job, R&D. Y'all are awesome. You can keep printing Fires and Oro and Broken cards that Rune constructed. I don't care. Just keep printing all these awesome limited sets and all these awesome limited mechanics. 2 lands. We've got the consumption for 3. We don't have any green, but we're on the draw. I'm not going to mull this. Oh, no, we're on the play. My bad. So, do I play the consumption or do I hold it? I guess I can, like, take a draw step. Because if I draw, like, another swamp, I probably can hold the consumption. Or a forest, for that matter. If I don't draw a land here, I probably have to play it. Yeah, because I got to curve up to the Alliance. I think I could hold it the 1 turn, but that's it. Better late than never. Pretty much the story of my life. I'm very good at being late to things. But I usually do a pretty good job. Alright, no real decisions. We'll just slap down our 3-4. If they have a blink of an eye or Into the Royal or whatever, this is going to be pretty bad. I mean, we're going to take 10. I mean, I could have left up Deadly Alliance instead, but I don't know. Like, I don't mind double blocking one of those here. It only kills one of my creatures, and I already have the Blood Beckoning to get them back. So I'm perfectly happy with that. So as long as they I wasn't scared of them, like, playing, like, a main phase kicker card. I was scared, though, that they would bounce the 3-4 and then attack for 10. Thank you, IJST. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, so we can kick this now. That looks good. And then nothing stopping us from attacking with the 3-3. I'll gladly trade my 5-5 for their Riptide if they have another kicker, because then I can get it all back. Kick it like Beckham. Can I kick it? Yes, I can. There's the end of the Royal I was afraid of. It's still bad for me. It's not as bad as last turn, because I'm taking way less. Probably going to lose this game to those 2-2 flyers, though. Roost is a really good card. Still Iced Tea. One day I'll remember. You are correct. Thank you for subscribing, Iced Tea. Alright, let's see. What can we do? Nothing good, right? So these have no converted mana cost, so we can kill those with Feed and not even lose life. So that's good. So I guess there's no real good turn here, but we can feed a 2-2 token. Then we're 1 short of playing this with kicker. And just leave our tricks up other than that, I guess. It's not going well. I mean, if they're out of gas, you know, we can still win this game, but we can't beat much. You want me to kill the Roost? I'll just die to these tokens. I would go to 6, and then they'd attack with both tokens. There's no way killing Roost is right there. If they have more kicker, we're going to lose anyway. How can you think that's a punt? A punt would be killing Roost. We would just lose to the 2-2 flyers already in play. Got to deal with the problems at hand, not worry that they have more. But yeah, I think we're pretty dead. Take 2, we're at 5. Well, I mean, we're definitely blocking. And then, what can we do? We can Subtle Strike, turn this into a 4-4, and this into a 4-4, and they'll trade. Or I can just Hunger. I think I'd rather just Hunger. So they have 3 2-2 flyers now. So I have to kill one to not be dead. If they don't have a kicker, they don't have another attack on the ground. So we can just Alliance. Go to 1. And then if I draw the 3-3 flying lifelink, that could still win us this game. Other than that, I don't think we can win this game. But we do have 3 of the 3 mana 3/3 lifelink flying. So I guess for now we'll chill. Don't think we can realistically win, but if the 3 cards in their hand were like lands or just random little creatures, we could still win. Now we cannot win. Because that's kicker, so it turns on that, and we are dead. If they attack with Blood Priest, we would just block with our Vine Gecko. I mean, not now that they killed it, but if the 3 cards in their hand didn't affect the board. If they were like random creatures or land. Yeah, their deck was awesome. I mean, Roost is incredible in the kicker deck, and double Roost is like, forget about it. But yeah, I mean, I would kill Roost sometimes, but not when I'm at 7 facing 2/2/2 flyers already. At that point, you just have to hope that they don't have any other kicker in hand and that you can, stabilize. If I killed the Roost, that would have definitely been a mistake. I would have just died to the flyers. So here I'm going to play the Basswood Fortification as a land because we already have Gecko and Sentinel. So we have great ways to use a bunch of mana. With Kicker, this card costs 4. This card costs 6 because Gecko lowers their kick cost by 1. They had the counter, but it doesn't exile. We can always buy it back. And we actually didn't have a play for turn 3 anyway. So now I'll just Blood Beckoning, replay the Gecko, and then after that I can go kick it, removal, kick it, etc. So that actually plays alright with our hand. Well, now that I drew another Gecko, I don't know what I want to do. So I can just play Gecko. Do I want to Blood Beckoning back the other Gecko? Probably not. No, I think now we just play the one Gecko, because that lets us play the Moss Skeleton Kick next turn. And then there's a chance we'll get to Blood Beckoning for 2 creatures instead of 1. If I didn't draw this Gecko, I would have Blood Beckoning for 1 Gecko and then replayed it. Hello, 4 mana 5/5. Pump our Gecko, attack for 3. This is practically constructed worthy. Vine Gecko pretty busted in a heavy kicker deck. Alright, let's see. So, if I attack with both and they trade with the Gecko, I can just kick this Blood Beckoning and get back both Geckos. I mean, that looks good to me. I know I could use Subtle Strike profitably, but then I'm not doing anything else this turn. This way, I get to use this for max value. It's not like those Geckos are expensive to put back out. Seems good to me. Okay, no decisions here. Just put the Geckos back out, which unlocks our expensive kicker cards. No, I don't think that'd be right, Veteran Brawlers. They could have removal or something. I think resetting up is right here. This definitely gives us more good options over the next turn or two. I mean, they're dead either way unless they have, like, really efficient removal and stuff. But we're going to get a good opportunity to use Subtle Strike at some point because they're on the defensive. Okay, now we can just kick the Gloom. Wait, they're just dead. So if I kick the Gloom Hunter, this grows to a 3/3 and they have to chump block. But of course, we can just Deadly Alliance their only blocker and hit them for 7 and win. So better to kill them than force them to chump block. I'm not nearly as obsessed with lethals as the chat, but, you know, if they're tapped out, lethal's probably better than a strong on-board turn. If they had a single point of life more, the other play would be correct. But, of course, we'll take lethal when they're tapped out. Alright, so we only have 2 lands, but we do have 2 2-drops. We're on the play, but the rest of our hand isn't that expensive. I think this is a keep. Thank you, Dr. Smiley. Appreciate the subscription. Hopefully we'll just draw lands. We can play the Gecko before the Gloom Hunter, of course. If we get stalled on lands, then we have a little bit to do. So no decision here. Put out the Gecko first, see what we draw this turn. Okay, it's not a land, but we have the fortification. So again, no real decisions, I think. Attack. If they take it, then we just play Gloom Hunter and our tap land. That's why all these split cards are so good. In the late game, in your land heavy hands, you can kick the Gloom Hunter. You can use the fortification as a trick. In your land light hand, you can play the fortification as a land and the Gloom Hunter unkicked. Just lots of options. Again, no real decisions. I want to use 3 mana more than 2. I might get to play Gecko and Hunger in the same turn or something like that. So they have no block. So I guess we have no real choices. I don't really care if they mill me for 3. So what are our options? This kicked with Gecko out costs 6. We don't want to play it unkicked. So this turn looks like some sort of Survivor and Hunger. If they double block the Constrictor, I can kill this Trap Finder and Hunger it and draw a card and it'll live. If I put a counter on the Gecko, it still just bounces with the Stinger, and they can give the Stinger Death Touch. That doesn't work. So it looks like counter on the Gloom Hunter. And then I attack with the Gloom Hunter and the Constrictor. The Constrictor has Menace. So if they want to double... Oh, you know what? If I put a counter on the Gecko, it'll have Menace thanks to the Constrictor. And then they'd have to double block, and then I can use the Hunger. And I can attack with the Gloom Hunter anyway because it has Flying. So actually counter on the Gecko because Constrictor gives it Menace. And now if they want to double block it to kill it, I've got the Hunger to give it Indestructible and draw a card. Now I'm only going to kill the 2-1, not the 1-4, but I'm cool with that. This is a great trick if it's drawing a card, especially when I need to find lands to play the Horn Beetle and then play the Sentinel with Kicker. So I'm very, very happy with this. Even though I'm only killing the weaker of the 2 creatures right now, I mean, I'm killing it and drawing a card with my trick. So this is just excellent. Right, I forgot the Gecko would get Menace, which meant they'd have to double block it just like the Constrictor. Okay, so now we probably want to play Horn Beetle before we play this with counters on it. So for this turn, can't send the Gloom Hunter, but we could send the Gecko or the Constrictor if we want. They have to double block them because they have Menace. This is not a wizard, so if I trade with the 3/2 flyer, they don't draw a card. So I don't mind trading one of these for the 3/2 flyer, but I definitely want to make sure I don't take myself off my play first. But I don't. It's fine. So yeah, I'm going to send these. They can trade the 3/2 flyer for the Gecko. It's not, like, awesome for me, but I think I'm fine with that. I can still play the Beetle, and then I can still kick the Shade next turn. Get in some damage, trade with a 3/2 flyer while they don't draw a card. Pretty sure that's correct. Thank you, Merprem. Appreciate the subscription. Not really a weird block. They kind of needed to take me off Menace because I'm up on board. It's pretty close, I think, between kill the Gecko or kill the Constrictor there for them. But if they don't have, like, good direct removal in hand or something, I think their play is probably right. Okay, though. Now let's just kick the more expensive of the two. That grows the gecko to a 4/4, so it can attack into the 1/4. They want to chump block Be My Guest. Life is good. Sentinel, if you're going to play it as a 6-mana 4/5 flyer with the counters on, synergy mattering, is a good card. But the problem with Sentinel outside of Vine Geckos, a 3-mana 2/3 Flying Wall is a bad card, and a 7-mana 4/5 flyer is just an okay card. So, like, in this deck, I think the Sentinels are great because I have triple Vine Gecko. But in most decks, I don't think the Sentinel's going to be very good. So pretty sure we're going to play the Shade as a... Well, we could play the Gecko and then play the Shade with Kicker on turn 4. Let's see what we draw this turn. So we don't even have one more land yet. Do we want to play the 3/1 or the Gecko here? Pretty close. It's true they might block the 3/1 and it attacks better. It's also true, though, if we draw a land, we don't have a play on turn 4. Gloomhunter with Kicker costs 5 with the Gecko out. I guess we should plan for if we don't draw lands, because if we do draw lands, we have a good hand anyway. Well, we have a turn 3 play. We have the Gecko. We have these two cards. Oh, you're saying if I play the Gecko and then I'm not going to play the Shade, I wouldn't have a turn 3 play. That's true. Oh, that exiles it? I can't allow that to happen, so I guess I have to Subtle Strike. If that killed it, I would just let it go to the yard and play it again, but it would exile it, and then I'd lose it forever, so +1/+1. Okay, so we're going to play the Consumption as a land. Well, the 4/2 can't block, so I'm going to have to take the hit for 2 and let them draw cards. I hate letting my opponents draw cards, but I don't really have a choice, so... Oh, well, they blocked. Cool, now they don't get to draw cards. I could Subtle Strike, but I don't even think I want to, right? I'll just Zoff Consumption and bring it back from the yard. Man, this Shade is good. I'm surprised they blocked there. I mean, I know I'm out in front, but, like... I mean, if I play a land, it just comes right back. I don't think that was a good block by them. I'm going to hold this land to trigger landfall for the Shade, because the Gloomhunter already only costs 4 with double Gecko out. This is practically constructed. Can I kick it? Yes, I can, and I'm doing it pre-combat because it grows both Geckos. Not the closest game of Magic of all time. Oh yeah, the Shade definitely has constructed potential. It will be absolutely shocking if the Shade is not played in Tier 1 constructed decks before the end of the before it rotates. Like, it's not like, oh my god, you have to build around it, but it's going to be an almost auto-include in any black aggro deck. It's a recursive 2-mana 3/1 that's actually a 5/3 that's recursive in the late game. The Shade is an awesome card. It will certainly see standard play. One more draft after this. And I'll be right back on tomorrow with 3 more of these Zendikar drafts. Well, that looks like a nice hand. Hi, Nof90. So here, what do we want to play? Just the Gecko, right? No real choices. Why would we put out a 2-mana 2/2 that could do more later, potentially? Wow, now what do I want to discard? I mean, I could discard, like, the Beetle, the Survivor. I mean, I don't really have plays right now. I think I want to discard the Horn Beetle. This way I can play the Survivor now, and then the Gloom Hunter's a turn 5 play. I think I need these 2 lands for it. Beetle's a powerful late-game card, but it's not looking great at the moment. For now, I think we just want to diversify our threats, especially against blue-black, which has a lot of removal and small creatures, but they're not as good at blanking small creatures. Yeah, we can recur the Beetle later, potentially. Hopefully we draw something for this turn. Well, that doesn't really count. I don't want to kill a 1/2. But we already have land 5. Next turn, the Gloom Hunter's a 3/3. So, no real decisions here. Definitely passing the turn. Thank you, Civica. Appreciate the 8 months of support. Let's go indeed. Yeah, in this position, I'll happily feed a Roost rather than a 2/2 token, because this game is going long. The last time I was at 7, so it was a little different. Okay, so this turn we can play the Gloom Hunter with Kicker. That turns the Gecko into a 3/3, so it can attack past the 2/3. Seems like a scripted turn to me. Can I kick it? The question we always have to ask ourselves. And the answer, yes, I can. Oh, Oro is totally broken. I'm sure it's going to get banned in Standard. It would be absolutely shocking if it didn't. I don't know what's up with them lately. Like, I understand you want to push the envelope, and if you have to ban something on rare occasion, that's fine. But when you look at a lot of these cards, like Oro and Oko and Fires and Wilderness Reclamation, it's pretty clear those cards were just going to be busted. Like, it wasn't really surprising to anybody. I'm pretty glad I'm a limited player, not a standard player these days. If I was somebody sitting around who enjoyed grinding standard for fun, I would not be having a good couple of years. Okay, so what are we going to do? I could just attack with the Gloom Hunter, hit for 3, and see what they have. They might have the Flash 3/3 Flyer. I could try and feed the Swarm the 2/3, in which case I could attack with, like, the Gecko and the 3/3 Flyer. I wouldn't want to send the 2/2, because, again, there's the 5-mana instant 3/3 Flyer. I don't really want to feed the Swarm this 2/3 right now, though. I mean, my hand is just lands and removal. My deck is pretty powerful. I think I have to assume they might kill the Gloom Hunter here and just prepare for the late game. So I'm just going to attack and see what they do. I mean, I certainly think they've accepted that they'd rather push the envelope and have to ban something if necessary, which I'm not saying is wrong as far as logic, but, like, also, you're not trying to print broken cards that you have to ban. You're trying to print fun, powerful cards that are not so good that you have to ban them, right? And it just feels like they haven't really done a great job lately. Let's see. Guess we just attack. I mean, I could feed the Swarm the Wind Robber. What are the tricks? Like, what can they even do? I mean, there's Subtle Strike, I guess, would let them trade the Robber for the Gloom Hunter. I mean, I don't really want to feed the Swarm a 1-1. Obviously, I'm flooding pretty bad, but, I mean, there's only 15 lands in this deck, not counting the land spells. So, just gotta hope we start drawing some spells, I think. Okay, so sure, now we clearly play a land, so we can replay this with Kicker again. Well, they can't sack this to draw a card unless I have 8 cards in my graveyard, which I don't. But the only reason to feed the Swarm it would have been to play around Subtle Strike, and I mean, I would still have killed it if they had Subtle Strike, so that seemed a little unnecessary. So again, what are they up to? I mean, they could easily have Subtle Strike. I could just take the 1. I mean, I don't care about the 1 damage. Is there anything that punishes me if I don't block? There isn't, right? Oh, the 5/4 rare. Yeah. The ninja rare, basically. I mean, I don't care at all about the Dauntless Survivor, so I guess I'll just block. If they want a Subtle Strike to kill the Survivor, who cares? Yeah, and there's the 5/4 rare that punishes me if I take it. So, yeah, it's right to block with the Survivor, because the Survivor's irrelevant to me. Good call, chat. So what is this? Target opponent discards 2. Great, I have 2 lands. Return a creature. So they're going to get the 3rd card out of my hand. And destroy a creature with convert mana cost 3 or less, which the Gloom Hunter has. Oof. Alright. We've got some cards, too. That's alright. I still think you were right. It could have been the 5/4 rare instead of that. I mean, I'd rather have had the Feed the Swarm in hand, but can't put them on exactly that, and there's no targets that are key to Feed the Swarm right now or anything. So, I don't regret that block. Feed the Swarm's a sorcery. The 5/4 rare would have connected, gotten to play one of these cards from my graveyard. So we are still 1 land short of kicking the Sentinel, so we're not going to do that. So I guess we just have to chill for now. I mean, it depends on how many basics your deck wants. I mean, and it also depends on which of the modal cards they are, Josh. If they're ones you really want to cast, then you view them as spells more. If they're ones that you really want to play as lands and just help prevent flood, then you view them as lands more. I just can't answer that question without seeing your whole deck. I don't see why I would put this 2/3 out as a blocker there. If I draw a land, I can kick it. I mean, now I might because they have an additional 2/1 flyer out, but I didn't know they were going to play that, and I'm still at 21. I mean, it's reasonable for people to be crying about Oro. Oro's a crazy, crazy busted card. Alright, land, kick it. Yeah, the timing is good. Thieving Skydiver steals artifacts, right? Yeah, they probably should have bounced their own Skydiver. Then they could have played it and kicked it and stolen my 4/5 flyer. I mean, I don't know what else they have in hand, but that seems likely it would have been better. Granted, they're way ahead tempo-wise, so I'm still in a pretty bad position. I assume the hand smoother does not recognize them. I don't actually know the answer to that. Should I attack with Dauntless Survivor? They have 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9. So they don't have lethal yet. Probably too far behind. Plus, it's 2 attacks in the air anyway. So the 2 on the ground doesn't necessarily change much. Yeah, I'm keeping the land in hand for Shade, but they haven't milled the Shade, unfortunately. Ouch. Well, am I dead? 3, 6. So if I block a 3, it's 2, 4, 7, 10. Yeah, I'm dead. Good beats. I think this black-green deck was better than 3-3 or 4-3 or whatever we went. Rough games, the ones we lost. I mean, we mauled some people in some games. Four, 3. Oops. So let's get to the third and final draft of the day. So far, we're 5-3 and 4-3 with some pretty sweet decks. 7-1 with the rogue deck to start the day. Nah, that black-green deck was totally busted, but the games go how they go. It's best of 1. It'd be shocking to 0-3, but it's never shocking to 4-3. Like I said, this is some kind of constructed rare. I don't think it really does anything in limited. This is a fine split card. It's a nice trick and a land. I don't really like Plunder. It's kind of expensive. This card is excellent in black-white clerics, like really great, but of course it is a gold card, not splashable. You have to play black-white life-gain clerics. Nahiri's Binding is good solid removal. The rest of these commons are not close to binding. So this is a pick between the blue split card, Cleric, and the Binding. I think the Cleric is clearly the best card, but it is a black-white gold card. Or we could take, like, the Veil, which, again, these split cards are all way better than they look. This is a nice trick when you don't need lands, and it's a land, so it's excellent. I think I'm just going to take that. These land spell split cards are really something. I think LSV tweeted something like, however high you're taking them, it's not high enough, and he's 100% right. These cards are just awesome. Unfortunately, I did just see Kabira's Takedown as the best card in this pack, so I wish I had taken the split card, I guess. But, I mean the black-white-gold cleric, but I'll follow up the blue split card with a 4/4 flyer. It's another nice card anyway. So now there's Into the Royal, Predation, Windrobber. They're all pretty good. Seems like a pretty easy Into the Royal to stay on color, and Into the Royal is just excellent. So far we have Instant, Wizard. So the Relic Amulet's looking good. Risen Riptide. I mean, we have a kicker card and another card that makes us want to draft more kicker. So Risen Riptide is good, but I think we'd rather have the Amulet here. Yeah, Riptide and Amulet are both excellent. I agree. The last time we saw Low Mage's domination, it was going to be tough to cast. This time, we're drafting Mono Blue at the moment. I wouldn't mind second Into the Royal. I mean, I'd play 5 Into the Royals. But if this card is not going to be hard to cast for your deck, it is awesome. If triple blue is not a drawback, this card is better than Into the Royal. There's a lot of small creatures, and a lot of the cards with kicker. Remember, once they're in play, Their casting cost is only the front end, not the kick. So they might kick some, like, Gloom Hunter, and then you take it with Low Mage's Domination for like 5 mana, and you get a 3/3 flyer. So there's no blue card to take. I'm not particularly impressed by any of the cards in this pack. I don't know what I want. I don't really want any of these. I guess if we go blue-black rogues, then that'll be the card we probably want. Tormenting Voice sucks because you don't really flood in this format because of the split cards. I mean, it's obviously a card you can always play, but it's more filler than it is solid playable. This is one of the worst formats for Tormenting Voice. I know we want to lean blue-red, but we haven't seen much in the way of good red cards. I guess we haven't seen anything but blue, really. Sticking with that theme, I mean, this is not one of the better land spell modal cards, but they're all good, and, I mean, we can play it as a land in our opening hand, and we can play it, trigger our amulet, get something else, trigger our amulet again, find the domination off it. I mean, okay, these cards don't excite me at all. I think we'll just take the counter spell. I mean, I'm definitely down for Grasps in this deck, but the counter's pretty good. Anti-Cognition, you kind of get the best of both worlds. In the early game, they can't pay 2. In the late game, it counters a creature. There's no paying 2. And you get the Scry when Scry is at its best. I don't think either of these are great, but they're both fine. I think I'd rather have the Deliberate for this deck. Glacial Grasp is fine. Put some cards in their yard, it replaces itself. I mean, it's not awesome or anything, but it's a solid playable. Yeah, I don't have many wizards yet. I mean, only one. I guess I just have, like, no creatures, which is fine. I mean, I have counters and card drawing and all of that. Pretty easy 2-drop here, I think. Basically a 2-mana 3/2. Blocks really well, and our deck is more interested in blocking than attacking. And then, of course, whenever you make a land drop, you can hit for 3 if you want to. Hello, Risen Riptide. Mono blue control it is. I'll probably end up light splashing some second color when I get a reason. There's almost no reason not to do that, but at the moment I haven't seen anything. This is a constructed card. You would never play this in limited because it only counters non-creatures. Looks like just an Into the Royal. I mean, Bubble Snare is pretty good too. Is Into the Royal or Bubble Snare better for us? Usually I think Into the Royal is better, but this deck is really controlling. Like in a tempo deck, Into the Royal is definitely better, and Into the Royal is still good in this deck, but Bubble Snare might be better in this deck because of how controlling it is. It is true that there's a higher chance we'll wield the Bubble Snare, and we might be the only blue player because we are mono blue. Alright, I'll take the Into the Royal. I do think Into the Royal is a little better overall, but I think this deck could easily want Bubble Snare more than Into the Royal. So we could take Low Mage's Familiar. This card would be awesome in the deck. Cascade Seer's filler. Stalker's definitely filler for us. Yeah. Seems like a good opportunity to take an off-color card. This card will be an awesome play for us. We're a control deck. We want the extra mana. We want the life. I mean, this is just a perfect card for our deck. Aside from it not being mono blue. So now I guess we have to decide, because I mean the Soaring Thought Thief, if we do play blue with a light black splash, is just incredible. But we did just get a blue-green card, and there is a nice blue card in this pack with the land spell 4/3 here. So I think we just take that. I mean, the Lord is better than it, but we did just pick up a blue-green card. Pretty easy anti-cognition here, I think. So nothing too exciting, but we are trying to prioritize wizards. Expedition Divers should be pretty good if we have other wizards out. Otherwise, the Gnarled Colony for the kicker stuff, but we have plenty of kicker to trigger a Riptide. We don't have that much in terms of kicker payoff. Seems like a pretty clear Expedition Diver to me. The Colony's also double green if you kick it, so it's not really the best splash into the heavy blue deck. You're right. Expedition Diviner, not Diver. My apologies. Wow, second Soaring Thought Thief. I wish I had gone blue-black rogues. I think that ship has sailed, though. We just got more wizards. I think I'm just going to take into the Royal. Kind of want that whole pack. Is this land good? So I can charge it, and then I can remove a charge counter and get 2 mana towards a kick spell? Yeah, it seems pretty good. I have a lot of kicker, and I'm heavy enough blue that I think I can play it. The problem with this land would generally be in a 2-color deck, it just happens to add colorless. But in a 1-color deck, I think the land will be pretty good. I don't think there's any way we're going to play any of these cards. I don't think they matter. I don't think these cards matter, but I did pick up that red land. So there's a chance we go red instead of green, in which case I'd want the Molten Blast. There's just nobody playing rogues at this table. Soaring Thought Thief coming back. Come on now. Yeah, we could play this. We're a control deck. Alright, what is this card? Flying Haste, the next instant or sorcery casts X less this turn, where X the number of wizards you control. Yeah, it's pretty good. Not really enough reason to go into red, I don't think, but it is a pretty good card. I probably just want the Risen Riptide. I mean, we're going to play long games. We have a lot of card drawing. We have 3 into the Royals. The Risen Riptide, I mean, it's a disappointing first pick, but it's a great card in our deck. Now we can grab the Bala Get Recovery. This is an excellent little green card to splash into this deck. Play long games, buy stuff back, or have a land in the opening hand. Clearly, we don't want base camp. Shell Shield is a fine kicker card, but not like especially good in our deck. We're mostly defensive. Same thing with Rabid Bite. Like, I'd probably play it, but I can't count on Rabid Bite in this deck. I think it's a pretty easy Battle Again recovery here. Alright, again, nothing too exciting for us in this pack. Definitely the Gnarled Colony a little more of an option now with the Throne, because then we can cast it. Otherwise, it's what, Squid? I don't want to get run over, and I mean, I could bounce things and hit for 3. I think this deck just wants the Squid. I don't know. It's Squid or Colony. We definitely want the 2-drop. But we're not going to have that much green, and it's double green to kick this thing. I think the Squid is just offering us more. There is a better chance we'd table the Squid, so that's an argument for the Colony, but I think that the Squid is better for us. Draw 3, it's okay. It's kind of expensive. I don't really like this card. I think Chilling Trap is fine, not great for us. Might have Murasa, could be okay also. I don't think this pack really offers us anything we want. I think I'm going to take the Pump spell. Okay, well, there's a good kicker card. We have 3 into the Royals, bunch of card drawing, so we'll play our kicker cards more often. Ways to get them back. I think we grab Vine Gecko here for sure. There's another early green card I really like. I regret not taking the Colony now, but I didn't know I was going to end up this heavy green. Means we can probably play the Might, though. Because now we have more kicker payoff, more kicker reward, and more green going into our deck. So do we want Vastwood Surge or Field Research? Search your library for 2 basics. If it was kicked, put 2 +1/+1 counters on a creature. I think drawing is just better, right? Surge is good with the familiars, that's true. No, we definitely don't want the Stomper. We either want Field Research or Vastwood Surge. We want the kicker card. I think it's close between those two, though. The landfall +2/+2, not exciting. Each creature? Oh, I thought it was only the one. I don't think these cards matter. There's no way we're going to play them. Hey, we got the Gnarled Colony back. Well, that's sweet. I would play Reclaim the Waste, but now that we're pretty heavy green, and with the 2 Lowell Mages familiar to get double green, I think we pretty clearly want that Colony. I'm pretty lucky it came back. There's no way we're going to play Dauntless Survivor. Yeah, this deck came together pretty nicely in Pack 3, I agree. I got pretty lucky, to be honest. Alright, so let's see. 17 mana sources, probably about right, but of course that includes like stuff like Vision and Recovery, both of which I'm perfectly happy to play as lands, and Veil. So let's assume we're going to play 18 because we have a bunch of those, but they're mostly ones I'd rather play as a land than a spell. So the way I'm going to see this is a deck that probably wants about 18 sources. We've got 1, 2, there's no exact science here. I don't know how to do these perfectly, and nobody does. We've got 5 of them. So I guess we can start by going down. I mean, tap lands do end up, having a drawback, but start by going down to about 14 lands, because we have 5 of them, which puts us at 19, and I think we only need 18. So I think we'll either play 13 or 14 actual lands. Now, let's see if there's any weak cards we really want to cut. Not really. Everything we have looks pretty good in this deck. There's nothing here I really want to cut. We could cut the Might, but we ended up with a decent amount of creatures. Oh, we can just cut Deliberate. Like, that card's fine, but it's not very good. And we can cut, like, 1 Anti-Cognition because I have 3. Okay, that seems good to me. 14 land plus 5 of those is 19. That's plenty. Plus, like, this just draws 2 cards. And then all the royals are cantrips. Looks good to me. Yeah, supplies is cuttable, but would I really rather have the third counter creature card over it? Plus, we don't put 8 in their graveyard that well. We don't have that much that mills. Like, those are a lot better if you're, milling the opponent more. I'm still happy to play the 2 of them, but I think the third is a pretty easy cut for us. This is an actual one-lander, because there's none of the modal cards. So this hand is fine. Seems like a pretty easy putback of an anti-cognition. It depends what else your deck does and has. Leibonus. But I'm not huge on Feed the Swarm. Like, it's fine. You're always going to play it. But I actually think it's a bit overrated. Definitely want to lead one of the tap lands here, and I think that's the weaker one. I'm probably, if I don't draw a land, just going to play the other one as a land too. Because I already can kick Field Research later if I want to. We'll see what they do this turn. Yeah, that means I'm going to play this as a land, and then I'm going to play this as a creature so that I have ramp. And then next turn, we have 5 mana, we can anti-cognition. The turn after that, we can kick the Field Research, get 3 cards instead of 2. The land spell cards, I mostly view them as lands, unless they're a really good card that I actually want to cast as a spell. But I mostly just view them as a whole land. They're just a tap land. You can always play them as a land. That's what they are. And then the spell part is basically bonus if you're flooding. If you have enough lands, then you can play them as a spell. So I mostly view them as a land. But it depends how good the actual spell part is. The worse the spell part, the more I view it as just a land. So, no decisions here. We just drew a 5 mana card here. That's perfect. Can I kick it? Yes, I can. I mean, I definitely think they're not exactly 2/3 of a land, but if you need some kind of baseline, that's acceptable. But, I mean, really, the more tap lands you play in your deck, the more punishing tap lands is, and the better the spell half, the more you're incentivized to want to cast it as a spell. So if you need a baseline, sure, 2/3 as a baseline, but you really have to look at them and say, how punishing is a tap land in my deck? How many do I have? How good is the spell half? How bad do I want to cast that? I think they're really complicated. Okay, so here, if I attack, they can double block. But I'm killing a 3/4 that pings me, and I don't really need the 4/4. Plus, it's kind of a scary double block for them. So I'm going to attack. If they do double block, I don't mind trading it down for a 3/4. It's a very small trade down, and the 3/4 would just ping me every turn. And then I'm going to play the squid, leave my counterspell up. And as soon as we draw a land, we can attack with the 2 squids and kick the Field Research, and then we'll have lands forever, basically, because we're drawing 3 more cards. So in an ideal world, they play a big creature here. I counter it. Sadly, this makes them pay 2, so we can't counter that. Granted, it's just a 2/3, so who cares? We have 2 different 3/2s that can block it. Okay, no real decisions. No, not necessarily Zoidberg. Just make sure that your deck really can afford 3 tap lands on 17 lands. And they're not like, if you don't really want to cast them. Like, if you have the rare ones that are, like, really good cards, then you really want to cast those, so I don't count those as a land. But if I had, like, a mono blue deck with 3 Saloon Visions, and looking at my spells, I felt like I wanted 17 lands, yeah, I'd probably play 14 Islands and 3 Saloon Visions. It always just depends. Okay, so here, land, then we can field research with kicker. Do I attack with the squids? If I attack with both, and they take it, they can hit back and draw a card, but they're already down to 8. Their 2-3 is a good blocker on 1. I have to imagine they're probably going to block with the 2-3, so I think I'm going to send both. And then, yes, we can kick it. Because if I send only 1 and hold 1 back, if they have removal, they get to hit and draw a card anyway, and it doesn't force a block nearly as well. So, I think that was the right play. Okay, so now that we drew Risen Riptide, we definitely don't want to enter the Royal this turn. This is 3 to pump, so if they want to trade their 4-3 for it, I'm cool with that. So I'm pretty sure it's land, attack with the squid, and then we can just play the Riptide and the supplies and still have Anti-Cognition up. Life is good. There's no way my order there was actually correct, but whatever. Their graveyard is at 5. And they still have exactly 2 open? Yuck. I didn't want to kick Royal because I want to kick it now that I can attack with a 5-5, right? That's just better. So let's see. If I kick the Royal and attack for 5, that's pretty good. Not worried about them attacking back. I can play the Familiar first, so I'll get my 2 life. So that all looks pretty good. So I guess this turn I'm happy enough. Just bounce the... even though it's tapped and it has haste, I'll probably find more kicker. I can sack this to draw a card. I get a card off the Royal. Now they have no blocker on the 5-5. I'm gaining life. Basically winning from every angle. Yeah, if the 5-4 is on tapped, I can steal and attack with it immediately because it has haste. That's pretty cool skits. This new cycle of duels is so cool. Like, it's pretty rare they have this, like, whole new cycle that, like, is just a good card for standard and, like, not too good. It just seems, like, really balanced and kind of cool. They're at 6 cards in their yard now. So we can low Mage's Domination. If we have enough mana, that costs, what, 9? 4, 8, 9. Looks like we do. Current mana cost is 6. Works for me. No real decisions. I'm not going to send the 2-4 since it can block the 2-3 and they would just bounce anyway. If they want to chump, I'm cool with that. It's not a good card for standard, these duels. They're definitely good cards for standard. They come into play on tapped. They're like almost like an evolving wilds that puts the land into play untapped. I mean, you don't get like the Oro synergy, but I think if you're a 2-color deck, you're gonna play these like you're gonna play 4 of them in your 2 colors, almost guaranteed. These things are just great standard duels. All right, let's see. We don't have anything to kick yet. We have tons of mana. Let's draw a card, see what we get. All right, no help there. -2, -0 to their 2/3 doesn't change anything for us. They do have 8 in their yard, so if they play a creature now, we can counter it and scry 2, and then we should win from there. I don't think I'm going to attack with these 2. They could eat a 1/1 and take 2. That doesn't seem worth it. So I guess we have to chill for the moment. But, I mean, as soon as they play a creature, we counter it, we scry 2, we probably find stuff then, and then we pretty much win. That's not a great creature. Let's say they play a land and make it a 5/3 and attack. We could double block, and then we can -2, -0, and then they won't even kill our 2/4. I could counter it just to scry, really, but I think I'm just going to let that one out. It just doesn't do very much right now. Because on my turn, it can't block a 5/5 well, and on their turn, when they landfall it, if they attack, I have a good double block and -2, -0. Thank you, Ellibot. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the 5 months of support. I forgot to charge the throne. I apologize. I forgot. Okay, sure, no problem. I was focused on the decision that was close, whether or not to counter the GOP'd, and I just forgot to charge the throne. Alright, that one's not great either, but I'm going to counter it because it gives them a scry, and I want my scry. Easy bottom top. So if they let any of the 3 through, +5/+5 will kill them. So I can attack with all 3, and there's just no way this can work out well for them, right? They either have to block all 3 or they die to the might here. And if they do block all 3, I'm just going to, like, kill all of their creatures or 2 of their 3 creatures. There's just no way this can work out poorly. So this will turn into a 5/5. So if I pump the familiar, I kill all 3 of their creatures, and I only lose the 1/1. Sweet. Yeah, I missed the charge again. It's pretty funny. No reason why not charging the land, because I forgot. That's the only reason. Not a good reason. Oh, stop. You want to hit the punt counter for not charging a land that can add 2 when I already have 10 lands out? Come on. Like, it's not like it makes the kicker cards do more. It just gives you 2 mana towards them, and I had 10 lands out. Okay, we have a blue land with the Selendi Vision, so this hand is great. It looks like it's awkward, but it's not. Play this turn 1 as an island, and then Squid, and Familiar, and Relic, and we'll probably end up using Recovery as a spell. If I draw an island turn 1, I won't play the Vision, but if I don't, I have to, because it's my only blue in my hand. I mean, you're not going to mull this hand. Pretend the Selendi Vision was just an island. You would never think about mulling. I mean, I just play it turn 1. Now I have an island in play. Oh yeah, if I didn't have this isle, I would have mulliganed. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, 2 forests and an island. That's a great opening hand here. Yeah, you're going to play Saloon Division when it's in your opening hand as a land almost every time. The reason the card is so good is because when it's in your opening hand, you play it as a land. When you draw it in the late game, instead of a dead land, you play it as a spell. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you already have enough lands, you won't play it as a land. Like, if you draw, like, 4 lands, and 2 cheap spells, you'll play it as a spell. But the reason all of these land spell split cards are so great is because when they're in your opening hand, they're just a land. And then in the late game, instead of flooding, you just draw them in their spells. All right, what did my opponent play here? 3 mana, 4/3, trample haste. If it was kicked, counters at the beginning of your end step. If it doesn't have a +1/+1 counter on it, return it to its owner's hand. That's a cool card. So if I steal it, they'll get it back unless it has a counter. So I can't steal it unless they play it with counters. For now, though, I'm happy to race. If they want to hit me for 4 with that every turn, they're not adding to the board. So, I mean, cool. I'm hitting for 5, they're hitting for 4. I'm up in life. I mean, works for me. Thank you, Rotate Translate. Appreciate that subscription. Thanks to everybody, again, who does support my content. I really do appreciate it. So, tapped for 4. That has no casting cost, right? So I can steal that with Domination for 1, I think. That looks great, assuming it works like I think it does. Or Domination for 0, rather. Right? Steal for 0. X equals 0. Sweet. This game's pretty much over. So they have to play some. No, they don't. The relic doesn't go to the player. But we can always buy back the Domination or the Squid, so pretty sure this game is over. Yeah, I don't like this Zendikar too much. Like, if it's the top of your curve in a landfall aggro deck, sure. But I think this card is not very good. I don't think you should just play this Zendikar in every deck. I think it's a pretty weak card. Not because I stole it, but because for the creature to have haste, you know, like you have to play it on an on-tap thing, a 5 mana 4/4 haste is not very good. I think for the Zendikar to be good, it really has to be the top of your curve, and you have to have landfall stuff. The nice thing about it is you can play it on one of those modal land spells once they're in play. Then when you trade it off, that spell goes back to your hand. So I'm not saying it doesn't have applications, but as a whole, I don't think it's a very efficient card. Yeah, like I said, it has some applications. The spell land, I agree. But just as a whole, I don't think it's a very efficient card. All right, so let's see. I want to play this as a accelerator, not as a land. So no real decisions. I'm just going to play the Squid turn 2, and then this thing turn 3, so that I can play the Falconer on turn 4. I don't really need 4 mana next turn. I mean, I guess I could have the Amulet in play. Maybe this was a mistake. But I miss an attack, and I miss another attack with the Squid, potentially, so... seems close. Yeah, so now, definitely just going to play land. Attack. If they want to trade, cool. Their creature kind of scares me, but I'm not scared to take a 1 hit from it. So this is a good trade. And then I play this, and then I have access to 5 mana next turn if I draw land. Definitely not playing the Might. I'm happy enough with this trade. Was this? Flying. Sure. No real choices. I could play the Falconer first to get the Scry, but I might get a chance to get the Amulet out before the Falconer, so I think it makes more sense to put the Colony out first. Looks like that's not going to be the case, but okay. Alright, so is there anything they can have to mess up the might? Like, if I attack with these two and they double block the 4/4 ground creature, if I go for the might, what can they have? What are the tricks? There's like +3/+2. Who cares? There's nothing that kills it in response, is there? That 4 damage card is a sorcery. There's the instant 4 damage to a blocker, but it's not to a blocked creature. What is the single white party? Oh, that would deal 4 to it in response. Yeah, that would be a huge blowout. There's the 1 white, deal twice equal to your number of party, and they have a wizard and a warrior, so that would deal 4. Okay, so I can't risk that big of a blowout, so I'm just going to play the relic and attack with the Falconer. Because if they go for it on the Falconer, then I can play the might, and life is good. But if I attack with a Colony and they double block, life is very bad. Thank you, Stellated Octodron. Really appreciate the subscription. Thank you for the 7 months of support. Yes, and that card is like common, I think. So if I attack with a Colony and they double block, and I go play this card and they blow me out with that 1 white instant in response, life's very bad. Meanwhile, if I attack with the Falconer and they play that card, I can might in response, and life is pretty good. So that's why I played it safe this turn. Yeah, that card's perfectly playable. They could definitely have it. Okay, so now I think I can attack now with all 3. If they double block, I'll just pass to them. If they want to take 7 and trade their 3/2 flyer for my 4/4 here, I'm cool with that. I'm definitely not going to start off by playing the might. I'm just going to order the 3/2 first and pass priority to them. Not a great trade down, but I'm perfectly fine with it. Not a creature, so I can't counter it. Or a planeswalker. It also gives indestructible until end of turn, but not to the 4/4s. So they're dead, because now I have 3 attackers. I can just play this with kicker on whatever gets through. Wait! I cannot. It's double green. Ouch. If I attack with all 3... Oh, I can still kill them, though. +3/+3... Oh, no, this doesn't go to the player. I can't. I need double green in order to lethal them here, and I don't have it. No, it's non-angels are indestructible. So the angels aren't indestructible. Should have what first? Oh, supplies in case I drew a forest. Yeah, I thought I had double green. I forgot. But, so what can I do? I can attack with all 3. If they don't block the 2 flyers, they're dead. If they do, I pump the 3/2. Seems fine for me, right? If they let through anything but the 1/1, they're dead. If they block the 2 bigger flyers, the 2 flyers, the +3/+3 still works on the 3/2. It becomes a 6/5 and eats the 4/4 angel. So it's not like it's bad for me. And I don't think this play is wrong by them, because if they block this 3/2 flyer with the 4/4 angel, even if I don't have the trick, it would die and I would draw a card, and then I would just relic away their 4/4 flyer. I think their block was correct because of the relic. If I didn't have the relic out, their block would have been wrong. But since I have the relic out, they don't really... Even if I don't have a pump spell, it's a bad block on the 3/2 flyer. I draw a card, and then I relic off their 4/4 and kill it. When I'm playing actual tournaments, Paul, yes. When I'm making content, no. I'm always trying to win, but my focus here is on the explanations and the analysis, not getting little edges. Okay, another nice hand. Easy keep. I'm going to hold on to the Veil because I already have 4 lands and the Familiar is 5. No, I think their block was right. I don't think it was wrong. And like I said, it's because of the Amulet in play. Assuming I don't have the pump spell, if they block the 3/2, it dies, I draw a card, and I Amulet away their 4/4 flyer. So it's actually just good for me. So I think their play was totally reasonable. The angels don't get indestructible. Only the non-angel creatures get indestructible. So I normally would block here, but I think I'm not gonna because of the Amulet. I can kill a 1 toughness creature so easily that I think it's better to not block in this situation. I am going to attack back because the Scythe Cat is a better creature and they might take it. And if they block, I can just let them trade or Veil. I'd probably just let them trade. And then, of course, a 2/4 stops their board this turn. It's going very well. How are you, Sean? So I was going to Amulet, but I guess now we'll just kick Colony. Again, I don't really want to trade the 3/2 for the 2/1. I'm 1 land away from domination on the Scythe Cat, so we can let them keep growing that and then dominate it. So yeah, this turn looks easy. Let's kick a Colony. Can I kick it? Yes, I can. Now, of course, I'll trade Squid for Scythe Cat if they attack. I assume they have a trick. I could always steal something else as the game goes on. And I'm happy if they use a trick to kill Squid. If they send anything but Scythe Cat, then I have to try and figure out what's going on. Yeah, the set is cool. Kicker's awesome. The land spells are awesome. I'm really enjoying the set. I know I say that a lot these days, but it's the truth. They've been making awesome limited sets. Gotta give them credit. R&D's been taking a lot of heat for Standard, correctly so. They've printed a lot of really broken cards that were just too good for Standard, but they've done an awesome job with Limited over the past few years. When it just does combat damage to a player, create an 0/1 Goblin token. Okay, so I just don't want to let that hit me, and I don't really want to steal it. I am 1 land away from stealing the Scythe Cat. I think this turn I'm going to just play the Bairn as a land and the Amulet. And I'm just going to chill. If they play a creature, I can counter it potentially. I can Lowell Mage's Domination the Scythe Cat after they keep growing it. Yes, the modal lands are awesome. I mean, sometimes you might take a really efficient removal over a weak one, but they're awesome. They're early picks. They're very good. Even the weak ones are good. Oh, it's definitely possible, Azrael. I mean, it depends what you like. I personally like low power limited and low power standard. So if they just printed no broken cards, lots of great removal and disruption, both limited and standard would be awesome in my opinion. Now, a lot of other people enjoy high power decks that do cool things as opposed to grindy decks, so it's somewhat subjective. But all you got to do to make everything awesome, in my opinion, is just make everything grindy, decision oriented, and low power, and you're good to go. Okay, well, if they don't have anything, this is awesome. I'm going to low mage domination for 3 on a 6/5 trample. There's not a lot they could have. There may be a few things. There's like the fling, they could sack it. I don't know if there's anything that gives hexproof in this format in green. I know blue has the hexproof trick. Hey, there's the fling, the uncommon fling. Not happy to see that. That was the one card they could have. Ouch. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think we're still a favorite in this game, but that was a huge swing. Alright, so let's see. I can play this and get that back, get a second counter on the amulet and kill the robber. I could just ping off the 0-1 because that's going to ping me, and then like my 3-2 and my 2-4 stop their creatures. So that's probably correct. So I think what I want to do here, relic off my 0-1 because I don't want to get pinged every turn, and their 2-1 isn't doing anything against my 2-4. Then I just cast this and buy back domination. Steal another one of their creatures. And back to you, opponent. Yeah, that's a sorcery. Yeah, they had it all, and they still just conceded on the following turn. It's not an instant. It's a sorcery, right? Is Balagid Recovery an instant? I don't think so. I think it's a sorcery. Could be wrong. They knew I had all spells in hand because I wasn't playing any lands. Oh, the amulet. Yeah, you're right. I could have pinged off the 0-1 at the end of their next turn. You're right. That was a little bit hasty. You're right. I just figured out that was the best way to spend all my mana, and I didn't need to ping the 0-1 on my turn. You're 100% correct. Oh, no, I did. Because I wanted to get another new counter on the amulet. What I did was correct. Balagid's a sorcery. Right, it saves a charge. I did it right. I used the one counter on it to kill my 0-1, and then I got another counter on it when I played Balagid. Right, what I did was right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that abusive pie, but I had 2 blockers, so I wasn't really worried about that goblin connecting at that point. And, like, the Balagid was a more efficient turn, I think. Like, I really wanted to get the domination back, and then I could just steal their best creature again, like, if at any point they played one. And I had the ground well covered. Even if they top decked a removal for the 2-4, I would just throw the squid in front of the rare goblin, take 4 and go to, like, 5. So, I mean, I wasn't, like... I was just basically very comfortable in that situation. Okay, happily gonna trade. Don't really care if they have something. Now we got to get our amulet going. They're going to get a little bit ahead, but white-blue isn't generally that good of an aggro deck, and I've got a bounce, and I've got a tap, so I should be able to catch back up, hopefully, especially if I draw lands. They're all really good Prince of Winners. Really nobody knows the exact best way to, like, you know, do land spells with them. They're really hard, but they're really powerful. So, I don't know, just take them early, view them as tap lands, increase your land count a little, but not too much. Mostly view them as lands. Alright, I'm going to tap this, draw a card. I'm guessing they don't have too much that they can cast right now, because they cast a 2-1 with Kicker on turn 4. I mean, they could have a good 5-drop or something, but I have a bunch of bounce, so I'm not really that scared. Granted, there's a really good 5-drop, and I didn't draw a land, so this is pretty rough. I guess if I take out the 2-1... Then if I can bounce that and they can't replay it as cheaply. Maybe I should have figured out they had the 7-5 and that's why they put the 2-1 out. I might have messed that up. If I draw a land, I don't mind into the royal without kicking, obviously. I have 7 cards to their 3. Tap land, not ideal. I don't think I really have a choice. I think I'm pretty dead. I probably should have played this game different and really tried to use the counters better. I was kind of gambling on drawing a land, but I was only 1 land away from counter and bounce. So that's kind of why I played it the way I did. Might have been a little too greedy. Yeah. Yeah, I probably should have just took the extra 2. But I didn't really think they were going to play anything that big and awesome. I mean, maybe I should have figured that out because they played the 2-1 Wizard on kick. Okay, another fine hand. No green, but we have about 4 lands. I'll probably lead the Veil turn 1. Still think that's the case. Someone Division actually being an instant means it plays alright with the counter spells and the bounce spells. So I want to get that Tap Forest in play, but I don't need it yet. So let's leave up the counter now, and then next turn I can always play the Balaget if I don't draw a Forest. So, +1/+0, Menace, it's no big deal. I could into the Royal, but I don't even think I need to do that. I'll just take 3. You know I'm greedy. I'm nothing if not greedy. So this is +1/+0 for each creature in your party and Menace. Okay. Clearly that's good enough to counter. So I'm not going to bank on drawing another Forest. Right now I'm pretty happy, I think, to just put 2 2/2s out. Remember, I'm not 1 land away from kicking Colony. I'm 1 green land away from kicking Colony, and I have like 5 of them or something. And if they attack right now, I can double block, right? I don't think there's any big blowouts. If they kill one, I still trade with it. If they like +3/+2, they kill both, but they lose theirs. If they give it indestructible, okay, they kill one of my 2. Well, there goes that. Which creature should I sack? I think the 3/2. I don't really have more lands. I could also end up bouncing my own Colony and replaying it, potentially. I think I'd rather have the 2/2 than the 3/2 squid right now. Okay. No real decisions. I'm just going to play the 4/3, hold back to double block. If they play like a rogue, it's kind of bad, but black-red doesn't have that many rogues. There's like, they could play another Skulker or one of a couple of black rogues. But if they had those, they would probably have just played one last turn. So I'm guessing they don't have any rogues in hand. What is this thing? Well, there's a rogue, and probably a whole lot more. Flying, Death Touch, Haste. 1 less for each creature in your party. Other creatures have Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a Planeswalker, destroy it. So, I don't want to double block, so I think I just have to take it this turn. Next turn I'll have some tricks available. It's going to be tight, but I'm definitely not dead yet. This can gain flying and go up and block the 4/4. So, do I play the Relic? No. Maybe. Yes. I don't know. If I play the Relic, when they attack, I can bounce the Skulker, and then the Wizard can block the 4/4 flyer. Otherwise, I have access to like a pump spell as well, but I don't expect to need a pump, so I think I do play the Relic. I don't think I play the Vision as a land. I mean, it's a counter on the Relic. If they attack with like just the 4/4, I'm just gonna play the Vision. Even now, maybe I just play the Vision. I'm not really sure. Like, I don't need to bounce the Skulker. I mean, I die if they have a removal for the Wizard. I can take 3 and go to 1. I mean, I don't think they have a pump spell. You can, oh, I could bounce the Mace and then block both creatures. You're right. That's a nice play. Okay. Yeah, you're right. That's a great play. Hopefully they don't have a 3 toughness creature. What do they have? Double Royal? Jeez. Alright, well, I don't think we were beating that. Well, 4-2. So we locked up a winning record with all 3 decks, but the only one I got 7 with was the off-stream draft. Time to make a run. Yeah, this hand's not great, not horrible. I'm going to have to decide whether to play this for second green to kick the colony, or whether to hold it. I guess I can make that decision a little later. I'm going to start by playing this. Then next turn, I can either go Forest Colony to have a 2-drop and then hold the Balaged for the late game, or I could play the Balaged. Or I could draw Forest, and then I could just do nothing if I want to. Seems fine to me. I don't know. I'm not in a rush. I'm never in a rush. Do I play the colony? I don't think so. All greed, no rush. That's pretty much how I play Magic. Since I don't have anything else to do, I'll happily just grasp that. Save some damage and then start casting things. I don't think I can stop them from milling me, but on the bright side, I can tutor back whatever I want if they mill my whole library, so that's nice. I don't like it either, Captain Ektar, but my hand wasn't really going to pressure them, and I can't really block even the flyer or the death touch creature. Like, the Gnarled Colony was just not going to do much against blue-black on turn 2. Enters the battlefield. 1 creature gets -2, so they're going to turn it into a 1/2. Yeah, okay, whatever. They can't block it, so this is just saving them damage. I know what the card does, but like, there are flash rogues. I wasn't going to just throw away a 3/2 to save a damage. I didn't even care if they milled me. Alright, this isn't going great, but can we stabilize from here? We can get back anything we want, but we won't have a ton of mana to work with this turn. I am down to 14 cards already in my library, so maybe I should care a little bit if they keep milling me. I can Into the Royal. I can bounce like the equipment and then eat this. It's not great. I can use the might too. So I can bounce something good, block, and might. I don't think I'm going to win this game, but don't think I want to cast anything this turn. I need to steal one of their creatures pretty badly. So I need to draw Domination or have them mill it, and then I can get it back with the Balagid. So if I take out the Stinger with the Might and the Diviner, that's fine. I still have the End of the Royal up, so we'll see what happens. Okay, so they can give it -1, 2, but then I'll give it +3, and then both will trade. That seems fine. I guess now I have to bounce Stinger. They shrunk my creature again. I'm going to 2. Do I have any life gain? Yeah, I have those 2/4s. I don't know. This is very rough. But the 1/1s, I can ignore one of them. So I only need 4 blockers, which I can probably do. I need to play 2 things. I can go back and get the Domination, but I'd have to take the on-tap one. But that may be fine. Or I can go get any card that costs, what, 2 or less and double spell that way. Or the life gain, but I actually didn't even mill any of those. So I guess it's not looking good, but I mean, I'm not dead on board. Yeah, I guess the Gecko probably makes the most sense. And then play that in the Squid. I don't know if I can really win. I might just run out of cards even if I stabilize. Oh, wow. I ran out of time. I didn't even realize that. Sorry. So I was going to get back the Gecko and play it, in which case I'd be fine on board, but I only have 8 cards left in my deck, so I don't really think I was going to win the game. But they didn't have a good attack or anything. I could trade the 3/2 for the 2/1 flyer, 4/4 eats 2/1, 3/2 trades with this 4/2. So I was fine on board, but I would have probably lost because I had 8 cards left in my deck and I'm at 2. So, I mean, they'd probably just end up milling me out. Alright, 5-3, 4-3, 4-3. Not exciting. Some pretty good decks. I think the blue-green and the blue-black deck were really good. The red deck was okay, nothing special. But it was a fun day. We drafted 3 different decks. They were all like pretty solid. Played a lot of close games. I don't think the games broke my way. Maybe tomorrow they will.